Was that AM or PM?
Oh, get it, Rob.
Good morning. Good morning. Good morning, Angela.
Morning, Rob.
Hey, Rob. What's the backdrop there, Rob?
Sorry?
What's your backdrop?
It's the Southern Rhone Valley.
Southern Rhone Valley.
Yeah, the Southern Rhone in France, in south of France. And it's where they make Hermitage and Chateau Neuf de Paf.
Oh, wow. I thought it was behind Cambridge.
Get away, get away.
Yeah, looks like the hill on Hooker Road.
No.
Yeah, the Southern Rhone Valley, sure, Rob.
I was at Mangatautari the weekend. It looks just like that.
Yeah, were you up the mountain, Robert? Because I went riding around there today. We went around there on Sunday. It's beautiful.
Yes, we've got a friend. We went up his farm and we went right up the back paddocks, and the view was just amazing. And then there was that big thunderstorm coming through, which was really impressive to see too. So yeah, it was really cool.
Did you see a guy on a motorbike hightailing it, trying to avoid it?
No, I missed that.
That was me. Yeah.
Okay. Sorry, everyone. It's 9:30. We have quorum, so we will. We've got an aim to be finished by 1:30 at the latest. So let's crack on. Nice backdrop, Councillor Wilson. Let's hope there are no real chipmunks on the calls today. All right, so welcome everyone to the 9th of November 2021 Infrastructure Operations Committee meeting. As I said, we have a short agenda, so we shouldn't be here breaking any records this afternoon. So let's get going. I have some apologies. Now I have a lateness apology from Councillor Ryan, Councillor Naidu-Rolfe for partial attendance today. And sadly, I have full apologies from Mangai Norm, who has had a tragedy in the family. So I know you'll all join me in sending our condolences and love to Norm. Very difficult time to be facing family tragedies while we're in lockdown. So our thoughts are with Norm today. Are there any other apologies? No? Okay, so I'll move that those apologies be received, seconded by Councillor Bunting. All those in favour? Any against? That's carried. Thanks, everyone. Any confirmation of the agenda? There are no changes. It is as on our diligence. So I'll move the agenda be received, seconded by Councillor Bunting. All those in favour?
There is a request for a public excluded external committees update to be taken.
A late report?
Yes, so we're basically requesting to split the external committees report in half so that the Tahuia update can take place in public excluded.
Okay.
Okay.
Okay, I'm comfortable with that. Moved and seconded. All those in favour?
Hang on.
Oh, sorry, Councillor McPherson.
Yeah, sorry. Look, I do want to raise something about the process here. I'm not opposed to, I know the reason why it's being put in public excluded, and I'm not opposed to that being done at a late stage because it was only yesterday that the issue came up. But it relates to a Waikato Regional Council run meeting that was not in public excluded, and I don't even know whether they have processes at that council. I've found it before. They assume things are in public excluded without any decision to go into public excluded or any chance to discuss that in advance. So it's not in relation to the particular issue, it's in relation to the process they're using that we then end up being bound to follow. There wasn't a properly constituted public excluded discussion yesterday. It was added as an after the event request,
Okay.
which
So I don't, yeah.
I think in the meetings, our joint meetings, and there's several of them, Madam Chair,
Yeah.
if they wanted to do public excluded, they need to have some sort of process that we are aware of in advance, I believe.
Okay, so look, I don't know what the item is either. This is news to me. So, Amy, can you follow up with on Dave's concerns about
Happy to
processes
follow up with their process.
yeah, with
and
WRC meetings, and then how it falls back to us, and yeah,
absolutely
how that influences our processes in terms of PX and stuff as well. Yeah, that'd be great. Yeah, thank you. Is that okay, Dave?
Yep, thanks.
Yeah, great. Okay, thank you. So that's been moved on myself, seconded by Councillor Bunting. All those in favour? Any against? None against. That's carried. Right. Any declarations of interest? There are none. Governance, do we have anyone in the public forum?
No, we do not.
Okay, all right. So let's move straight on to item 5 on page 6 of Diligent. Now, this is the confirmation of the minutes of our committee meeting on the 28th of September 2021. Feels like such a long time ago. I will move those minutes as a true and accurate record. Is there anyone got any concerns for accuracy on the minutes? There are none. Can I have a seconder?
Oh, sorry, I did have a question.
Councillor Bunting, yep.
Just a question on the Gordon Road intersection upgrade. The motion was that we request that staff report back to the Infrastructure Operations Committee. It didn't have a timeline on that. Can you give me some indication as to when we can expect that report back? This is
on page 9, yeah. Eva-Lisa, can you?
Because I've seen you have to get a safety report and come up with a safety plan. Yeah.
I don't have an exact date as to the meeting, but I will get that information to you today.
Great, that'll be fine. Thank you. Thanks, Madam Chair.
Thanks, Councillor Bunting. So can I have a seconder for the minutes? Councillor Wilson. Thanks, everyone. All those in favour? Are there any against? That's carried. Thank you. Okay. Item 6, the Chair's report. So this went backwards and forwards. I notice I say there are 2 items in my report today and there are 3. It was all, yeah, a bit higgledy-piggledy that day. So I apologise for that. Look, I'll just take the report as read. I'm just for online viewers. I just talk a bit about the, we've started work on the Access Hamilton, reviewing, refreshing that strategy. I talk a bit about the New Zealand Infrastructure Commission, which is yet another review that this government is doing. And I attended a recent webinar looking for some answers, hopefully on the how many 67 or something recommendations that are going to the minister from the commission's work. But we didn't haven't seen that yet. So, and that's right process. So that goes to Minister Grant Robinson, those recommendations, and then he will issue a statement in December next month. So I'll be interested to see the outcome of that review. And then lastly, I just talk a little bit about a possible proposal going to the annual plan that staff will be working on in terms of a transport stakeholder management. This has been a concern of mine and Councillor Sarah's Deputy Chair for quite some time. And it's not simply communications anymore with the amount of work that we're doing across the city. It is I believe it's a specialised engagement role. So it doesn't necessarily mean it will be new funding. We'll work through all of that. It may or may not be new funding. We might be able to find funding. But we've learnt through several experiences in the last 10 months that this is a specialised role when you have such a growing city and so many projects on the go at one time, and the staff delivering the projects or the engineers and the experts simply don't have the capacity to have really good community engagement ongoing as well. So With that, I can take my chair's report as read and open up to any questions. And there are no questions. Oh, yes, Councillor McPherson.
Sorry. Thank you, Madam Chair. I couldn't let you go without questions.
No.
And it's not really a question, more of a comment, but asking you to comment
Sure.
as well.
Yeah.
To do with the Access Hamilton review and your comment about the amount and the stakeholder management, which I think is an excellent idea. And I'm pleased that we're doing an Access Hamilton review. It almost should be an ongoing thing. The problem I have, which I expressed the other day as well, is that without action coming out of it that's seen to be action by the public, they get consulted on endless reviews. They see trial projects like Ward Street popping up without apparent or enough consultation. Certainly that's where the stakeholder management might come in handy. But we're not really connecting the lot of work that is going on transport, like you say, with our transport strategy. It's certainly not in the minds of the public, and not even really in the minds of councillors, in my opinion. Back when we first started Access Hamilton in 2005, not the 2010 that our consultants have been insisting on as a date, one of the things we did was charge a targeted rate specifically for that, but also provide at the same time a list of all the projects that were going to be funded by that money. And I think, that all the good work that's going on in cycleways and the school link and even road intersections, safety improvements, things like that, they're all part of our current Access Hamilton strategy, but you wouldn't know it. We're not telling the story. We're not getting out there and saying people, you're getting this safer intersection with raised tables because of this safety element of our program, and we're going to be rolling more of these out around the city, things like that. So I'm a bit concerned that we're sort of, it almost looked the other day like Access Hamilton was going to be something new, and it wasn't yet happening, when it is happening now, as you know. And but we're not letting people know. We're not letting the people that fund it know. I think that makes it a little bit easier also for NZTA Waka Kotahi to sort of not give us money, because it's a new, to them it's almost a new request, when in actual fact it's now become business as usual, rolling out over the years this multimodal transport strategy. So I'm interested in your comments on that. Thanks.
Yeah, look, I agree with you, Councillor McPherson, and I just want to assure members Access Hamilton is a refresh review. It's not a wholesale start again. It's definitely not that. One of the things that's missing, and it is integrated with the concept of a transport stakeholder manager, is or staff member, is that we haven't captured all of the recent work as well. Like you've said about our cycling, biking and micromobility, mode shift, Vision Zero, quite a lot of sort of new things we've done in this term and last term that need to be captured through. And we do need that story framework so that it does make sense, not only to us, but to the public as well. So, and in terms of, I think, Councillor McPherson, of the list of actions and tangible projects, we put all of that in the LTP. We put our priorities over the top of that in the LTP. We attached funding to it. So that also needs to be brought to light, because we got a lot of public feedback for support for those transport projects and mode shift. So we already know what our public want, but it's just a matter of bringing all of that together, along with the climate change stuff, the MPS, all of those other things that have changed so quickly on us, and putting that in that refresh of Access Hamilton. You know me, I like tangible things. I like action plans and action lists. if that's what they, I mean, certainly would be what I would want, but if that's what we want from Access Hamilton, then that needs to happen as well, because if we don't have those projects listed, then we can't manage, and we want to be able to measure this stuff, because you're right, and I did put that in acknowledgement, Councillor McPherson, of your role and leadership in the original Access Hamilton, because it was ahead of its time. Committee members, if you are interested, the staff that have worked on this so far did do a scoping report. So they went and they talked to NZTA, they talked to our staff, they talked to some other stakeholders, just in terms of what would their expectations be on a review of Access Hamilton, and it lines up so perfectly with our thinking. So if you're interested in that, Eva Lisa can get that report to you, because it's a fairly easy read, and it certainly made me feel like we're on the right track. It talked about how the story is missing, how we haven't linked those things up in the story for the public, as well as, like Councillor McPherson said, the organisation and sometimes us, which is why things filter in to become coffee table books, because we don't keep those strategies in front of us when we're making decisions. So I'm not sure if that has answered some of the questions, Councillor McPherson.
Good commentary, thank you.
Okay, great, thank you. Question, Councillor Gallagher.
No, I'm happy to make a brief comment if you'll accept it.
Sure, yes.
Look, I think your report's excellent, and certainly pick up your point and Dave's point with regard to Access Hamilton, you know, political leadership. That's why Hamilton has been on the map, because there's been strong political leadership. Totally endorse the transport stakeholder management, and I know that's been a particular desire and project of yours for some time, so I want to shout out to you on that. I also found your comment on the Infrastructure Commission really interesting, in terms of the 30-year time frame, and obviously reminding ourselves as, you know, the local government's role as a partner in that with central government. So a very good report from both you and Angela. Well done. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Pascoe.
Yep, thanks, Chair Angela. Look, I'd echo Councillor Gallagher's comments about a great report and a good update on the various work streams that are happening. Just a point around, or question around the Infrastructure Commission and their recommendations. I note you cover off about building attractive and inclusive cities. And I'm just keen to make sure that the submission that's going back on the RMA reforms that I think Ryan's been working on with staff about the 3-storey builds is included. That reference back to the Infrastructure Commission is included in that submission, given that in many instances we may not end up with an attractive and inclusive city if we end up with buildings that residents don't want, and we certainly end up with some unattractive developments that come from that.
Yeah, thanks, Councillor Pascoe. That's a really good point. I know staff would have made a note, and I've made a note as well. I'll reach out to Councillor Hamilton on that. Mayor Paula, good morning.
Good morning. Thank you. Oh, I am already unmuted, aren't I? Thank you. Excellent report. I agree. And thank you for attending the New Zealand. Are we on questions or with commentary?
Oh, it's Chair's report's always a little bit questions, comments.
Yeah. The New Zealand Infrastructure Commission, I read their report. As you say, it's an interesting read. It's also quite alarming in terms of the big dollars that are coming everyone's way. Just out of interest, what was your main takeout for our council from that draft strategy that you attended the webinar? What was your overall impression in terms of where we're heading as a council?
I think even though you know, we are a tier 1 or high growth council, our challenges in terms of ageing infrastructure, the pressure that, you know, our schools are putting on the city to manage infrastructure for them and allow them to be able to grow it's not unique. We are in the same position as the rest of New Zealand Inc. So I think possibly that's a good message that goes back to the minister. Possibly not, because sometimes we do think we are unique, and in terms of, I suppose with our boundary and our constraints around our boundary, that does make us unique. We don't have the land to be able to continually sprawl. So yeah, I think for me, sorry, that's not quite on point, but
It'll be interesting, councillors, because I think there are implications for all the conversations that we're having around things like RMA reform and local government reform in terms of the big picture of infrastructure and how it's managed. But one of the key messages I got from it is that we can't exist with the current funding framework that we have past, well, I don't know what Eva Lisa's view on this is, but if you look at the years, we're stretched in the late outer years of the LTP, as everyone knows, because we didn't want to put the rates up more. But we, years 11 onwards, we're beyond stretched. We're like a very tight elastic band. So
certainly when Councillor Sarah and I attended the workshop that the Commission, the roadshow workshop the Commission did earlier in the year, and there were local government people there. There were developers, private sector, technology, communications, all that sort of thing that were there. And the one overarching theme was that the way that local government is being funded and financed in terms of a simple, blunt property tax just isn't going to cut it. If we want to bring New Zealand Inc. up to a really high quality, country in terms of infrastructure, so that we all, there's equity across the board, the well-beings and all of that stuff. So there was agreement across the board, which was good on that.
Thank you, and totally support what you're doing with Access Hamilton. I think that's, well, we discussed that earlier in the year, and I think that's really good that that's coming together, because I think we can be a bit fractured about all parts of the transport system and the infrastructure that sits with it, and we've really got to have that big picture again about what it looks like for Hamilton over the next 10 years, if not 10, 30. So, good work. Thank you so much.
Great. Thank you. Look, thanks everyone. So the recommendation is on page 14. That includes that we will get a report back through the annual plan process. So that's on page 14. So I will move that, seconded by, first hand I see, Councillor Sarah. I think we've sort of had comment and debate, so I'll just put that to the vote. So all those in favour, please raise your hands. Any against? No, that's carried. Great, thank you. All right, new report, very excited about this one. Item 7, page 17. This is mode shift, and we'll have Martin Parks on, and I hope you can start, everyone, you've noticed in a couple of these reports, actually, we're starting to see some graphs, good graphs and good data. So the staff have been promising us this, and it's certainly starting to come through, which is quite exciting. So good morning, Martin, over to you.
Dora, good morning, everybody. Thank you for the opportunity to talk to you about mode shift and what we've been doing over the last financial year. This is an information report. Start of last financial year, we created a team of myself and half a consultant. Since then, we've now grown the team to 3, which is very positive. So I think that sort of highlights the importance of this topic for the city going forward. And really what I want to do today is just, highlight some of the stuff that we've been working on since I joined council, and then obviously over to you to answer some questions, ask some questions, and happy to answer those as best we can. But I suppose lots has happened in the space from business cases through to works implemented on the ground. Just taking through some of that with you. So from a business case point of view, the Infrastructure Ops Committee approved business cases back on I think it was the 27th of April, business cases for the biking and micromobility plan and the Eastern Pathways business cases. So we're busy still working on those, and I can report that the School Link and Connections business case is now within the agency and going through their internal processes for final sign-off, which is great news. We continue to work on the biking and micromobility business case review process with Waka Kotahi. Some of the stats contained in the report shows that we're still struggling to get I suppose, an equity in the transport system and getting people to use other modes. A lot of that's down to the lack of infrastructure that's available for the other modes. We've seen the impact of COVID and the lockdowns as well. There's an interesting COVID impact graph on page 28 about cycling on the river path. We can see through that graph the impact of those lockdown periods and people then getting out on their bikes for a bit of exercise or just using an alternative mode of transport to get around, because we've also seen the impact on bus travel as well through these periods of lockdown. People reluctant to take public transport during those periods. So they look for other modes, and cycling is obviously one that they've taken to, which is interesting. And then, you know, when we come out of lockdown, we can see that cycling numbers drop back where people return to the use of the private car. And obviously, as the infrastructure isn't in place to support cycling safely on a network at the moment, then unfortunately the car is generally the preferred mode of transport during those periods. Just going through other things that we've achieved, we've talked as a group before about transitional cycle networks, and that's implementing low cost, low risk cycle infrastructure that can be easily delivered onto the network without too much of a problem. And we delivered some interesting stuff at Anzac Parade and on Victoria Street with the right turn onto Claudelands Bridge, which is having a really good impact on cycle numbers through those areas. And we'll continue to roll out that type of facility going forward into the future as well. What's an interesting point that's come up through discussions with the community and various interest groups is the need for improvements for bike parking. People are obviously keen and interested in cycling, but they're also a little concerned about where they can leave their bike at the end of their journey. So we're putting a lot of effort, or we have over the last 12 months, a lot of effort into that space as well. Bike repair stations is another thing that we've looked at over the last 12 months as well, and we've identified a number of sites where we want to install that type of facility as well. I'm not sure how much you want to know I mean, I could open up the floor to questions now because I've got a lot to say on all sorts of things, but I don't want to talk too much. I think it's important that you have to say and ask some questions, please.
Yeah, I think we'll move to questions, Martin. And just in terms of process, so I've known that we were going to be doing a mode shift, mode choice activity report for some time. And I noticed on page 32, one of the things that Councillor Pascoe has been keen on is actually getting some cycle counts, and it says there 50 cyclists using the Claudelands right-hand turn in PM peak and weekday. So going forward, I know you're rolling out 30 more or 30 cycle counts across the city, I think it was, but how often will we be able to, so eventually all of those statistics will be reported through this mechanism. So how often will we get this mode choice activity report? What are we planning on?
Well, this is an annual report that's looking back over the 12 months prior, the previous financial year. But we can provide data at every infrastructure ops committee. You wish.
I'll let that hang with the members, but that would be my gut feeling that we would want to see that, particularly as we're starting to get this actual data and stats as well.
Yeah.
Or
I mean,
leaving?
a lot of the new counters that we're implementing at the moment, we're just testing. So
Yeah.
we want to be sure that that they're robust and the data is robust that's coming out of it before we present it to you.
Yeah, great. Okay, so let's move to questions. Councillor Thompson, you're up first.
Thank you, and thanks, Martin, for your report. I was just interested in Crosby Road and the fact that it doesn't have that co-funding at the moment. Which kind of bucket were we initially planning to fund it from?
Well, initially it was sitting in the biking and micromobility bucket. We've now put it into what we call the Connections program, which actually forms part of the School Link and Connections business case. So if we're successful in that business case getting through the system, then that will certainly free up some money for this project, which we see as a very strategically important link to the School Link project.
Okay, so it may actually end up having funding this financial year.
What I'm hoping, the issue with Crosby Road at the moment is the acceptance of the project with the community, and particularly the New Zealand Fire and Emergency Service.
And do you see it potentially then being better to focus on with those connections, some other connections first before progressing that, or is that something to still work through?
Look, I think it's something to still work through, and we are still working with the fire service on that and different options. But if push comes to shove, I think there are easier projects to deliver in that space, in that area first, to be honest.
Okay, thank you.
Thanks, Councillor. Councillor Bunting?
Thank you, Madam Chair. And Martin, great report, great work. One thing I really particularly love, and I don't know if many people have picked this up, is that you're calling it mode choice rather than mode shift.
Yes.
Fantastic. Was that intentional, or is that?
Yes. Yeah, mode choice is or travel choice is a preferred statement that we in the industry like to use.
It strikes me as a lot less bossy. It's really good.
Yeah, because all modes are important to a city as it's growing. But it's just a case of equity within those modes and giving people different choices, so they can get out and try different things.
Fantastic, 10 out of 10, brilliant. So on that, and I'm not getting down the weeds too much at all, but there's an example of, I think, a bit of confusion, and I'm just wondering what the process is. If we go down Anglesey Street, I noticed down opposite the Countdown there, at the north end of it, there's a raised platform gone in with traffic lights, etc., for pedestrian crossing. And I thought Anglesey Street was the one car-friendly street of Tristram, Victoria, etc. Is there a plan, or do you see it that there are some roads that cars have priority, or is it just a blanket disruption, if you understand what I mean? Do we think differently about the roads that are, we're putting aside for cars or for trucks or buses or whatever, and are more hesitant to put disruptive things in, like raised speed bumps and stuff?
I might defer that question to Evelise or Robin to respond to. Maybe Robin.
In terms of the Anglesey Street, I'll just start, and then Robin can kick in with the technical stuff in terms of the safety. Yep. The Anglesey Street is a known PT link for the Comet, so it is the rapid transport link for the high frequency bus route, and the platform was there to allow safe access to the bus stops in that location. And so in terms of hierarchy, those are the conversations being had under the District Plan and Access Hamilton review as well, in terms of identifying those hierarchies within the roading corridors.
So how does a raised platform affect a bus?
Sorry?
I'm thinking if you're driving along on a bus, and you go across a raised platform, it's a bit more disruptive than, it just strikes me as a pretty drastic move in a reasonably car-friendly street. I guess that's what I'm wondering. Or is it a blanket thing you're going to do all over town?
Yeah, I'll leave that to Robin now to...
So there's two parts to it. One is that obviously this facility has been very much orientated around providing a safe crossing facility primarily for public transport the bus users.
Right.
And this site was one that the regional council have asked us repeatedly to get something in place. The difficulty for providing something north, so the outbound leg, safe for the buses to stop. So one of the issues is around this, just slightly around the corner and those sorts of things. So managing speed through there is actually really important. The design of the raised safety platforms have the slope of the ramp, the departure ramp is specifically set up to cater for the buses. And so that particular one, I think there is some improvement to be done at that particular location because there are some issues with the installation, and we are working through that with the contractor. But we certainly work very closely with the regional council and get them to check all of that out with their buses and make sure that if we get the design wrong, the passenger in the back of the bus ends up in the front of the bus. So we're very much aware of that. But what I would say is, in general, under the safe system approach and the road to zero approach, when you've got pedestrians crossing the road, pedestrians or cyclists, we need to get the speeds down, because we are ultimately looking at, if there is going to be an incident, we want those speeds to be 30 k's or lower, so that the outcome is, if somebody's made a mistake and we do end up with an incident, we want to have a reasonably positive outcome. So that's why we are looking at those road safety platforms. Even though we've got traffic signals there, they don't stop those incidents happening completely. So we've got to manage the speed.
Yeah. No, I understand that. So you mentioned, okay, so that's the bus priority, and cycle priority, I presume, is Victoria Street. I mean, are we having stream sort of streets areas, and because obviously cars still need to go somewhere. Are we channeling them in? What is our favoured car street in that zone, for example?
I think that the Central City Transformation Plan tried to capture a lot of that, and your Tristram Street. The reality is that cars will still move through most streets, depending on what their destination is, and where they're coming from, going to type activities. So I think that there's still more work to be done to land exactly what that looks like. But I think, we're not going to end up with one street that just has this happening on it. All streets will have components of those things happening. And then it'll be about how we can prioritise it. So the traffic signals allow you to prioritise either the through or the side roads, and your pedestrian facilities and that sort of thing. So it's I don't think that there's just each road will do one function. It's not going to be where we ever land in CBD.
Okay, no, that's cool. Thank you. I'm still wondering a wee bit, so thanks for your time. Cheers.
Thanks, Councillor. Mayor Paula.
Thank you. Just a couple of quick questions. Thank you for the data approach too. I'm wondering, just to flag it, that whether a 6-month might, given the way that CBD in particular and other parts of our city are growing, might be more useful than an annual, but leave that one there. Just because it will give you a greater understanding of trends versus development that's happening. Just in terms of the bike parking and things, and biking in lockdown, I don't think I'm surprised that cycling went down in lockdown, pardon me. But I wondered, Martin, do we do any kind of, it's just counting them, or do we stop cyclists and say, why is it you're cycling more? Because I think the behavioural aspects of change are really important, what makes people want to get on their bike. And I would imagine, because there were hardly any cars on the road, it was an extremely nice experience, and maybe even safer for children and everyone else to get out on the roads. I just wonder if we do any of that. We understand why they've made the choices they've made.
Yeah. I mean, through the chair, in response to that, I mean, good observation and question. We don't ordinarily go out and survey people face to face in that type of situation. We did quite a bit of that with the Innovating Streets projects and sort of intercept surveys, and that gave some useful data through that process. It's something that we could consider doing more of before we build projects.
Could we do that? Maybe even using things like the Have You Say, in digital surveys and things, and to say, what, did you do more cycling during COVID lockdown? Why was that? What did you like about it? Just trying to layer some behavioural data into there, because what's going to work in the future is what works right for humans, right?
That's correct. Yeah. I mean, what's come through loud and clear through the engagement processes that we've done around biking, and particularly the wider biking plan for the city, was that people are really interested in cycling, but the reason they don't bike is because they don't feel safe. It comes out in every conversation. If they say to us, if you get out and build safe, separated, well-connected cycle facilities, then we will bike. And it's true of every city. I mean, it comes up in every conversation you have in any city about biking, safety.
So I would also wonder if it's possible to see a breakdown of the cycling numbers on those separated cycleways that we have currently versus the other treatments, the green lines and sharrows and hip stick treatments. So, for example, I've been during COVID walking down the Western Rail Trail, doing a bit of a loop to make the lake a bit bigger, and it's quite quiet. There's lots of people walking. There's a few people. I imagine it's used for cycling, but I would be interested, because I think that's fantastic. It's just a big long straight line off the road. It's great. How many people are using that? How many people are using Wairere? Because you can almost get from Pukete to Ruakura, right, off road with that system. So how's that looking versus, like I say, River Road with some sharrows or green lanes and stuff?
Yeah, I think there's a place for different types of facilities. I mean, we've installed cycle wands and green markings at various locations around the city, and the feedback is, as a cyclist, I feel a lot safer. They don't necessarily attract a lot of new users, but the ones that are currently using it have certainly responded positively to that type of measure that we've rolled out. But to attract a lot of new users, then we'll need to look very carefully at the type of infrastructure that we promote going forward in the future.
Yeah, and I guess that goes back to what triggers people to choose a different mode, what will make them do it. And I really am keen, because apropos of not being an expert like you guys are, I feel that separated cycleways are the gold star, and that's where we want to get people as far away from motorised traffic as possible. But I could be wrong. I could be partially wrong about that. So, having that data would help.
Yes, the data is very important, particularly as we put business cases together to the Waka Kotahi as well to get the funding. So all these counters that we've got out there are going to be really useful as we develop up further business cases. Yeah.
And can I ask about the cycling bike parking? Why we need more? But I noticed, for example, opposite Starbucks, there were 8 lockable with an app, free lockable bike parks. They hardly ever have a bike in them. So obviously, for some reason, they're not in the right place. They're not functioning well. And Downtown Centre Place did a great initiative. They look good. They're colourful. They're bright. They're right opposite a coffee shop, for goodness sake, just down the road from Wintec. What's missing? So I'd like to understand more about where these should be. Union Square is going to have an underground one, right? WRC has that great underground facility for their staff. What's required? So there aren't actually any bikes parked up in the Western Rail Trail one very often either.
Yeah, so we've been working very closely with Bike Waikato and some other interested parties in biking. And they've provided us with quite a comprehensive list of sites that they would like bike parking to be in. So we've been through that and prioritised them. So we're going to be rolling out bike parking facilities at certain locations across the city. The other thing that we are trialling, and you're all aware of, is the bike parklets. They're movable bike parking facilities where you can try them out and see what the uptake is. And we've got a report coming to the next Infrastructure Ops Committee meeting on that for you to approve. But the ones that have been already put out there have been well used. So that's a good way of testing things, but not necessarily investing a huge amount of money.
I'm just wondering where they work best. Again, I'm sure that's behavioural as well.
Yeah, bike parking is very important about location, because if bike parking is tucked away and not very visible, people won't use it. It's got to be highly visible, because people spend a lot of money on their bikes these days.
Well, that's right. But then when you see this corner opposite Centre Place, where people are walking past every minute of the day with no bikes, with a beautiful, expensive bike facility there, not covered though.
Just for your info, Mayor Paula, that facility is a Kiwi Income Centre Place facility. It's not a Hamilton City one.
I know it is. What I'm saying is they were very excited. They showed it to me when they launched it. It looked really good. It looked quite easy to use, not that I have. And I just wonder why. It doesn't matter who pays for it. In fact, it's quite good, isn't it, Robin? If
it is. It is excellent. Yeah.
But isn't that a shame?
I've talked to a few people. I've talked to a few people about that facility, and they think it's only for electric bikes, and you have to pay for it. So there's a bit of
education needed.
Education required.
So that's something we can pass on to Maureen, because you know, because I know they're going to upgrade that space. They may take them out, and that'd be a shame, wouldn't it?
It would be a shame. And we can do some comms on it as well, so we'll take that away. And
well, I think we should have a direct conversation with Kiwi straight away, so they can put their signage up and say this is free and this is rah-de-rah. Okay, thank you.
Right, thank you. Next up is Councillor Pascoe.
Yeah, thanks, Chair. A couple of questions that follow on from Mayor Paula and Councillor Sarah. The Crosby Road, your report, Martin's a little bit silent about the fact that there were submitters and residents who were not happy with the proposals that went out for consultation last time. And I'm just a little bit worried if, as you suggested, or Sarah suggested, that maybe there would be funding this year, whether or not you propose to go back out again for some form of consultation on how the street might look, rather than the previous options that were circulated amongst the community.
Through the chair, yes, the answer is yes. We would definitely be going back out to the community. You're right, there was a number of people that were quite vocal in their concerns about the project and the impact on the street. But I think generally there was acceptance that something needed to be done, either to manage the speed or provide some type of facility for biking. What that ends up like, we've still got a lot of work to do with the community. I agree with you, Councillor. Yeah.
Okay, thank you. Thank you for that. Just following on from Mayor Paula, in terms of, and your comments, Martin, about feeling safe, is there any work or studies being done that can identify the behavioural difference between a cycleway or a pedestrian walkway that is engineering safe and a user feeling safe? Because I sometimes think that, you know, sometimes we do roll out what we believe to be safe cycleways, but nobody feels comfortable using them.
I think, I mean, the best practice for cyclists to feel comfortable and safe is to separate them from all other modes and ensure that the facility is wide enough to accommodate a number of cyclists at any one time. And particularly with electric bikes and electric scooters now that do mix within the cycle infrastructure space and can travel at reasonable high speeds, we've got to accommodate that as well. So there's a number of things that we need to consider when we develop up the cycle project. And there's some great examples of best practice in New Zealand, or even in Hamilton. I mean, Mayor Paula talked about the Western Rail Trail and Warriery Drive. I mean, they're reasonably good, high quality facilities. But the thing that cyclists will, and pedestrians will always tell you is, please separate the modes out where possible. That's the best outcome.
Okay, thanks. Question on the cyclists on the river path. I recall during the April 2020 lockdown, I know I and maybe a number of other councillors received complaints from some of the pedestrians and family groups who were using the river path for recreational use and exercise. Did we experience the same similar complaints during the current lockdown?
Yes, is the answer to that. There's concerns about numbers, speed of cyclists, and general safety. So in fact, there's a meeting going on right now with staff talking about that particular issue and see if we can get some way forward. It came through the Central City River Path Advisory Group meeting. So we picked that up and we set up a staff meeting, which unfortunately, fortunately I'm here, but unfortunately I can't make the other one.
Okay.
It's going on now.
So we got some solutions this time, because I recall discussions around improved signage and a few other things that would take away some of the fears that particularly the walkers had, from the likes of electric bikes and scooters and downhill cyclists, and they could have been done relatively economically.
Certainly signage would be our first thing to look at. It's obviously the cheapest and quickest thing to implement, but I think certain sections of the river path ride will need to be upgraded in the future to accommodate the increase in numbers of people that are going to use it. There's no doubt about it. Yeah. So I think we're going to need an overall plan for the river path going forward.
Okay, thanks for that. Thanks for the data that I think is starting to flow out. I'm keen to see on a regular basis, how well we implement the counters and the data that we get back. Will you be engaging with at least the chair and deputy chair of this committee to identify the types of reports, in terms of statistical data that you will report back at future meetings? Because knowing, that statistics can often equal lies, it is very, very easy to pluck out a series of statistics that support a particular case and perhaps can at times lack balance. And I'm not suggesting that happens here, but it could easily give us a misinterpreted view of, what is happening in that area, in that domain.
That's a very good question. I will defer that one to Evelisa, but I think the answer is yes, we will talk to the chair and the deputy chair about that.
Yeah. And how regularly are you proposing, once the counters are up and running and you've got a set of statistics that you'll report, on a regular basis in a consistent way, how regular do you think these reports should be? Because, we're spending a significant amount of money on mode shift, and I think we want to know reasonably quickly whether or not we're getting it right as the money's being spent, rather than after we've spent a lot of money and found we put some of these mode shift, the mode shift infrastructure in the wrong place.
So I can, in terms of response to that question, Councillor Pascoe, the best outcome for us is that the starter is live online all the time, so that it's not just waiting for a report to come through every 6 months, so that everybody can use the data and see the data. In terms of the specificity around particular items and data, that is something that we will definitely work through with the chair and deputy chair of this committee to develop, but also with big input from all elected members to actually understand and align, as previously talked about, the Access Hamilton story, and so that we start building that picture around the story for Hamilton in terms of that mode choice in alignment with Access Hamilton and our objectives.
Great. I look forward to that. Thank you, Chair. Thanks.
Thanks, Councillor Pascoe. And if I can just support Councillor Pascoe and others in terms of some signage shouldn't need to wait 12 months down the river. I did 2 long river walks last week. I even did a Facebook post yesterday on it. Honestly, the speed that some cyclists go past pedestrian, it's phenomenal. And I'm pretty sturdy on my feet. It should be like on the water, you know, power gives way to non-power. And I think pedestrians should have the right of way. So, and we know, obviously, that pedestrians under accessible streets are also wheelchair users, and we need to keep that in mind as well. So I'm really, hot on that topic at the moment too. So, Councillor Van Osten.
Thank you, and thank you, Martin. Great way to be able to receive information through that kind of really visual way to be able to have a look at what we're doing and the full breadth of what's happening in this space. I just want to follow on from Councillor Sarah's questions around the Crosby Road proposal, and in that the catalyst I understood for that investigation were a couple of things, certainly around speed and around the expected increased volumes of traffic due to the expressway to be soon opened, and also that there was a wide street without obvious ways to be able to get across it safely. Are any of those issues going to be dealt with through delaying the project in other ways that we might be able to access funding towards it?
Through the chair, you're correct, councillor, you're correct that the catalyst for this project was the concern over speed, and yes, an increased volumes once the Waikato Expressway connection is opened. So we combined the cycling needs with the speed management together under one project umbrella. No is the answer to your other part of your question. We haven't got any other measures lined up to put in ahead of this project that would manage volume and speed. But we're hoping the delays to the opening of the expressway will play to our advantage as well. We can get something implemented or at least started as the expressway fully opens.
Okay, it just concerns me that we've highlighted this to the whole of the street virtually, and might there be an expectation that we would deal with some of those issues, even if we're not going to be progressing the cycling element of it?
Yeah, look, we're hoping to have the funding in place and the project underway if we can get through all the concerns of the community, the particular concerns of the fire service, but we'd like to be at least in there building something prior to the opening of the Waikato Expressway. That would be my hope at this stage, but we know we've got a lot of work to do, and we are doing a lot of work in the background on this project, trying to come up with alternatives that would suit the fire service and deal with the number of issues that have been raised by the community as well. We feel there is a solution there. It's just finding the right one.
Okay, and looking at the whole of the biking and micromobility project, the connections, the Eastern Pathways projects as well, there's going to be an awful lot of change happening in neighbourhoods, both on busy streets and quiet streets that will require a whole lot of different responses. How are we placed to be able to promote the really positive benefits of it and overcome the known community objections that will come as a part of that? And might the transport manager that councillor, our chair, was talking about earlier help with it? Thanks, Angela.
100%.
I think certainly for Eastern Pathways, we need to find initially an area of schooling that we can showcase what we want to do. It's finding those areas that people will buy into quickly and champion for us, and then we use that as a bit of a showcase, like you build a show house. That's going to be the standard that we want to set for that community, and hopefully people will buy into it. We know there's going to be a lot of kickback. We know it's not going to be an easy ride. It's going to be difficult because a lot of people hate change in their community or outside their front door. But if we want to get some mode choices delivered to our communities, there's some difficult decisions to be made along the way, no doubt about it.
Thank you. Look forward to working with that new person as well.
Thanks, Councillor. And just on Crosby Road, you might recall I updated the committee several meetings ago about when we heard that the fire service had some concerns. Councillor Sarah and myself met with staff, and we on the back of the experience with Ward Street also, it was my strong suggestion that we just slow down and we make sure that we don't rush in there with designs that just don't have that proper buy-in. So things were slowed down, and as Martin has said, with the delay of the expressway, whether we want it or not, there's an opportunity there for us to get this right. So as chair, I'm taking a really strong interest in this particular project as well. And of course, lockdown slows everything down.
I think we're a bit low on the coffee again. If you want to get some more.
Chris, I wondered who was growling at me.
Let's get the man a coffee.
Pick up some Lemingtons while you're out too. Lemingtons for all of us.
Can we get a compilation of
I bet he's gone bright red now.
Who was that? That was
Chris
beautiful.
Barton.
Barton with a B.
Not alone in making a zoom ups, is he? Look, Chris, we don't care. It's happened all around the world.
Yeah. Councillor Donovan, follow that.
Yeah, what a magnificent piece to come in on the back of. I was just thinking, I haven't seen anything that funny since that guy came on at the hearings meeting with the high-pitched chipmunk voice. So no, that's good. Hey, I'll just still play my new card here because still being the newest councillor on the bench. So Chair, if I say anything wrong or out of line, I apologise in advance. Martin, great report. Like Bunty, I picked up on the change of wording to mode choice, and I think that's choice, like we used to say in the 80s. So, so good. Really do like that. I really embrace that saying. I think that's really cool. Love the look of those new bike parks coming with the green roofs on top as well. They look pretty cool. Just one thing, just a question I've got is, when you're looking at your data, and I mean, I come from a background where we used to study data all the time because we cut it in so many different ways to prove that we should have our products on shelf in various different retail outlets. So to Rob's point, understanding the data, I feel like that's partly our job to hold these guys accountable when they do present data and challenge them on the stats that they come up with. And I'll certainly, be one of those to be at the forefront of that. But did we consider, and this is where I might be a slightly off point, the amount of days in the year where it's sunny or not sunny, i.e. raining, and when people are riding bikes on those days as well? Have I overlooked that in the report somewhere, or is that something you took into consideration? Because, a counter on a post just says X goes past. Does it also take into consideration what that day looks like?
So through the chair, good question.
Yes.
yeah, I mean, the weather does impact numbers. There's no doubt about it.
Yeah.
And the data that we collect, we can also look at weather patterns during those periods as well. So we can actually present to you graphs of weather plus cycle numbers.
Cool.
So you'll see on days when it's absolutely teeming with rain, the numbers will drop back.
Yeah.
I've had this discussion with people from the Netherlands, and they say, well, rain, you're not going to melt in the rain, just get out and bike.
Yeah.
They cycle whatever the weather over there, but obviously we're a little bit more sensitive in this country to the weather. So we can show that correlation between weather patterns and cycle numbers. Certainly happy to present that. Yeah.
No, that's excellent. And certainly to your point, Hamiltonians are probably a little bit more precious than those in the Netherlands. So while we maintain this hard shell facade that we believe in, we are a bit sensitive deep inside. And the other couple of other questions I've got that's probably a little bit more comical more than anything. Angela, you mentioned you're out walking. Does a power walker have to give way to a normal walker if power gives way to?
I don't power walk, so I wouldn't know.
Okay. And also, are you going to put up warning signs about mammals, the middle-aged men in lycra? Thank you.
I think that's you've added exceptional value with those questions today, Councillor Donovan. Thank you. Now, I've got Councillor Thompson for a second round, but I'm going to go to Councillor Gallagher first, if that's okay.
Yeah. Thank you, Madam Chair. I just want to come back. It was raised at the CBD meeting the other day with regard to the river cycle walkways. Number one, obviously, the vast majority of cyclists are good and respectful. But like motorists, there's a small minority of bad motorists, and there's a small minority of very, very bad, arrogant cyclists who think they're at the velodrome. And that's the behaviour I have personally witnessed amongst the river trails. And it is only a matter of time before we have a serious accident with a pedestrian or a young mum or dad with a young child. So in that sense, I'm wondering, Madam Chair, totally shout out to your words and also at the CBD with Councillor Jeff. Can we have an update and progress report on December the 7th at our next meeting? Because I want us to have this as an AP, an annual plan matter, as to what steps we must take with regard to our river cycle pedestrian share with care trails. And that may, of course, be signage, redesign, some focus on hotspot areas. So it's not all areas of the river trail, obviously, but there are certain areas, and I have personally witnessed, I have a GP friend in Hamilton East area who will not use one of the trails in Wellington Street area because of the experiences. And I would also assume that we would engage with Bike Waikato because I suspect, I'm not sure how much they could reach out to the velodrome lot because, as I said, 95% of cyclists are marvellous, are good, but you do have a 40k, 50k cyclists colliding with a young child in a pushchair or a pedestrian. There will be potentially fatal consequences.
Yeah.
And I'm wondering, Madam Chair, if we Martin Parks, if we could perhaps get as part of a GM report an update in December and maybe some discussion around whether we do need to look at some AP annual plan adjustment to do some work. Okay.
Yeah. Thanks so much, Martin Gallagher. Totally support you on that. I've certainly written down the next agenda setting, which I think is tomorrow for the December meeting, for to bring some information back for you on that. Totally support that. Councillor Sarah.
Thank you for your indulgence and endorse the comments made around the river path. It's unfortunately not been designed to carry so many people as using different modes as well, but there is also some really inconsiderate behaviour, and I myself, even biking on it, feel nervous. I think so. My question is just around the transitional infrastructure, Martin, that you mentioned. Wellington City Council is looking at rolling out as much of its planned 147 kilometres of biking infrastructure in the next 3 years using I guess a transitional network and say cycle ones and things and low cost methods, and then gradually upgrading that. And given the time that it's taking to roll out large projects like schooling, what role do you see a transitional network playing in terms of providing connectivity quickly?
Through the chair, good point to raise. I mean, I'm a great fan of transitional cycling infrastructure. So I said earlier, we've rolled some out already. You know, Anzac Parade and Victoria Street are good examples of that. It plays an extremely important part as we start to build the cycle network. It's embedded into the biking and micromobility business case. Waka Kotahi are huge supporters of transitional cycling infrastructure, and they're encouraging councils across the country to seriously look at this as a way of getting a large volume of kilometres rolled out in the shortest period of time for the sort of lowest cost. But that, you know, it does have an impact. If you get it in the right locations, it's not right for every location, and we need to bear that in mind as we go forward as well. But there's lots of parts of Hamilton where transitional cycle infrastructure would be of a huge benefit, and it would attract new users as well and provide that connectivity that we're looking for in the network. So yes, huge supporter of it, and it's good to see you raising that point at the meeting. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Martin.
Okay, thank you. Thanks everyone. Great questions, great report. So the recommendation is on page 17. And that's just simply that the committee receives the report. So I'm happy to move that. Seconded by Councillor Thompson. Is there any debate? Councillor Bunting.
Thank you. There's a lot I like in this item. I really, really do. And as you know, I'm a mad cyclist, and I'm often mad more than I am a cyclist. But I really like the way this is going, Martin. I like, as I pointed out, the mode choice over mode shift terminology. I've long argued for the fact that we need to provide a safe alternative for people to use before we try and alter their behaviour. Mode shift to me is kind of becoming a bit pushy, a bit traffic nana. And mode shift is starting to be seen as putting up cycleways and raised pedestrian crossings as an imposition to people's preferred mode of transport at the moment, which is the motor car. And when you start using pedestrians and cycleways as traffic management, you're effectively using your residents as road cones. And I'll rail against that as long as my bits point to the ground. The converse to that is you look at Manga'iti Park, where it's an off-road path and it is jam-packed and is being well used, and there are more paths going in there by the second. So more of that and less of pushing people off the roads with pedestrians. I also like the choices we're making. I really like the fact that, Madam Chair, you've taken a sensible approach to Crosby Road. Now, I like the idea. I love the cycleways down Crosby Road idea, but we went to the residents and they hated it. So, Martin, you're right. We may have to make some difficult decisions, and those difficult decisions might be we go somewhere else or we do something smaller scale. It's not a matter of ideology. It's a matter of taking this community with us. And if we're prepared to do something that the community like, I think we're showing a great deal of maturity, which I think is really creeping into what we're doing now. It's great. I like the fact, Martin, that you talked about a connectivity plan. Because connectivity with cycleways is absolutely everything, because it's great to have a bit of cycle infrastructure here, and that's fun while you're here. It's great to have a bit of cycle infrastructure there. It's fun while you're over here, but getting into the two and having to put yourself in danger on the roads is obviously preventing anyone using either of those great facilities, a la the Claudelands Bridge. In fact, I was out walking this morning. I came home and there was an elderly gentleman from our street about to go for a ride, and he was really excited because he can go from our place and get to Ngarawahia pretty much without crossing a road, and that's fantastic. And we both agreed that it would be great when the whole city gets to that point. So there's a lot I like about this. I like the fact we're taking people with us. I think we need to just be a little bit careful that we don't go blanket anti-car. And I think, that's not because I'm pro-car. I love my car. I love my bike. But there needs to be certain priorities for single vehicular transport as well to keep it away from other places to make it safe. So a lot I like, commending this report.
I like your debate. Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Pascoe.
Yeah, thanks, Chair. And look, I'm liking the way that these reports are becoming a lot more mature in terms of the information and data that's coming through. I think we really need consistent, objective and timely data on the infrastructure use. And we do this, and we've done this for years for motor cars, and I can't see why we can't be doing it for other forms of modal shift, particularly where we have significant amounts of investment, and that investment not only from us but also from the government through Waka Kotahi is taking funds away from other areas of infrastructure that if there's more demand and more efficient use, then that money should be going there. I'm also heartened by the staff ensuring that we will all have input in the data sought and how it's subsequently reporting back, because I know how easy it is to use statistics to show the position that best favours what you want us to hear. If I could ask for an area of improving the reports that we are getting, I think I'd like to see a bit more of the pros and cons of particular changes that we're doing. I sometimes feel these reports tend to be sending us down a particular road that does support mode shift and fails to cover off some of the pros and cons of what those changes actually achieve, including economic costs, mental frustrations, the fact that I think, as Mark said, sometimes we leave the motor car drivers behind, and we're not really suggesting that we're identifying some of the challenges that these changes bring about to them. So at times I think the reports are a little bit one-sided, and I think the answer to that will be to make sure that we do cover off where the challenges will be for other users. And we still have to bear in mind, as we move from one form of transportation to others, that we don't cut the motor cars out altogether and leave them high and stranded at the expense of the change. So keep up the good work, and I'm looking forward to looking at some of these statistics that come out that prove between myself and Councillor Bunting that more than one cyclist a day is using the Claudelands Bridge. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Thompson.
Thank you. And Councillor Rubb, I can assure you more than one cyclist is using the Claudelands Bridge. I'm witness to it. I firstly just wanted to address some of the comments made, I think, which arose around that Anglesey raised crossing. Recently, we had a 3-year-old boy who was hit on, I think, Discovery Drive, crossing where there were the lights because someone driving through wasn't paying attention. And that's the kind of situation we're trying to avoid. We've had at least 2 pedestrians killed on Ulster Street in approximately the last year, and also someone killed on Willoughby, which is around where this crossing is, connecting to Anglesey. So we have people being killed on our roads as pedestrians in our central city. And while there's maybe key vehicle routes, people still need to be able to get across the road safely. So I just really want to drive that message home that you can have arterial routes, but people still need to be able to cross them. And we don't want to have a single death on our streets. We've committed to that, so we need to make sure that we follow through. The other comment I wanted to make was just around the transitional network. We don't want to be waiting 30 years or more to actually have connectivity within our city. And I'm concerned that the the rate of, the speed that some of these projects are going at, say the School Link, while they are at the kind of quality that we ultimately want, with permanent and fully separated infrastructure, we can't roll out that kind of infrastructure over the whole city within a short period of time. So I'd really like to encourage us to be looking really hard at how we can use transitional infrastructure to actually connect a proper network in the meantime, in say the next few years, while we also progress these high quality and I guess more gold standard infrastructure projects. And those transitional I guess routes will be low cost. So like Wellington City, where they're looking at rolling out their whole network in 3 years, using things like cycle wands, that can then be upgraded over the years. But it means that we can actually get progress on the ground and connect people, because ultimately the biggest issue is that connectivity, like it's been raised over and over. And we won't achieve that with a few projects dotted around the city, which by themselves are fantastic infrastructure, but don't connect. So that's something I'm very keen for us to look at harder. Cheers.
Great. Bang on 3 minutes. I've got a little timer, but it didn't make a sound.
My internal clock.
Well done. Deputy Mayor.
Thanks, Chair Angela. Yeah, look, won't try to add too much. First thing, I just want to pick up on the cyclists on the river paths, and I want to thank Sarah for raising that recently. I'm heartened to hear that staff are meeting on this, because I had 2 complaints last week, actually. Martin's right. I think Martin said that it is a matter of time before something really serious happens. Yep, good report. And I really do like the mode choice rather than mode shift, or mode shift bully boy, as I have sensed it sometimes in the last year. I think the carrot is always better than the stick, and creating new options for different modes is always better than pushing people using cars off the road, I think. And Councillor Bunting raised an interesting point about Anglesey Street. Already we've got raised platforms that popped up, I think, on the corner of Ward Street there, and maybe Bryce as well. And I think they've had questionable value, to be honest. And I don't want to see a whole raft of more speed slowing measures popping up on Anglesey Street without some serious visibility from elected members. Because to suggest that Tristram Street is going to be a major route for cars through the north and south of the central city is just beyond my comprehension. When you've got the ACC building, you've got Wintec, you've got Girls High, you've got the West Town Belt, and you've got a windy, hilly street, it's just not going to work. So Victoria Street's out of the question for obvious reasons, as it should be. Tristram Street is out of the question. So Anglesey Street is the main route for cars through the north and south of the central city. There's no other way it can be. Yes, it's the main route for buses as well. But let's not make it more harder and harder for cars to use the route. Because it may not be fashionable at the moment, but don't forget the vast majority of Hamiltonians use cars and will always do so. And if you believe anything else, you're in Disneyland. Yes, we're going to have mode choice. We're going to have cycles. We're going to have some pedestrian, some public transport, and a lot more micro mobility. But we're always going to have cars, and we always need to provide for cars. So I just don't want us ever falling into the trap where we somehow think that we're going to phase them out, because that's just not going to happen. Thank you.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. Mayor Paula.
Sorry, button. Thank you. Thank you for a really good report, so clearly expressed. It's so easy to see where you're heading when you can have this sort of a dashboard approach and data-driven. So I really want to commend staff for making this easier for us to grab hold of, and for yourself, Chair O'Leary. It's a great job. I would just make a point that, and I do like the mode choice too, but I will say, and this might surprise some people, that transition is still or shift, use mode shift, whatever, transition is still a part of the future. And I agree with Jeff that there will be cars in various forms, shared car fleets, electric cars, different kinds of vehicles we possibly haven't even considered. Hydrogen is still in development and so on. So I do believe there will always be choices of transportation. Having said that, on the news every night at the moment, we're hearing about climate, right? And we mustn't lose sight of that. One of the biggest opportunities that we have to address our climate pressures is through transport. So at the end of the day, we are going to have to transition into lower carbon alternatives. And I'm not discounting the factors I've just said, hydrogen cars, shared cars, electric cars, and whatever else, as well as cycling and walking. And since man stood upright, they've always been walking, right? Pedestrianism is by far the most popular. I'm with you on this, Councillor O'Leary. It's absolutely the most popular thing. It's what we've naturally done since we got off all fours and stood upright. We walk. And then the wheel was invented, of course, but, you know. So I do think transition is really important. The other part I wanted to focus on is that I think it's about integrated solutions. If you consider that a journey may not be done all in one mode of transport, you may, in fact, drive your car to a park and ride. You may get on a bus for 10 minutes and then you may walk for 10 minutes. I'm not sure. You may get on your bike, park it somewhere and walk somewhere else. There's a whole heap of combinations. And busing and walking, everybody thinks buses, you know, you either take a bus or you don't. You actually take a bus and walk. You've got to walk to the bus stop. You've got to walk at the other end. So everything's an integrated journey. And that's where I'm really keen to understand how we move people around in the integrated way. And I just make another plea that with this work that we still keep a connect with the 20-minute neighbourhood. Now, I have a slightly different view on 20-minute neighbourhood than some, but I believe in the concept of walkable catchments and neighbourhoods where you can move around seamlessly without unnecessary journey and have your needs met. So I'll just put that in there. So there's climate, there's the way we build our neighbourhoods going forward, and just in case you missed it in my questioning, a massive fan of separated cycleways. And I think it will help in many ways. They've got to, and if we've got shared with care cycleways, we've got to make them work for share with care, because I absolutely support the comments of some of my colleagues about some of our present share with care paths are not really well designed for it. And you are likely to get collisions. And we have lost somebody. We have lost somebody with a collision of a bike and pedestrianism a number of years ago, if you will recall, and that was tragic. We don't need that. But look, honestly, I think this work is leaps and bounds ahead and so I'm really excited to see what we can do as a city. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you. That was good timing as well. Can you hear the timer when it goes off on my computer? No. Okay. All right. I might just go like this when you've got 30 seconds left. Councillor Van Oosten.
Thank you. I promise I won't take that much time. Great debate from the Mayor that wraps up a whole lot of ideas into a very succinct way of being able to express it. So thank you for that, Mayor Paula. I just want to comment on the introduction of our transport stakeholder manager and the value that that person will bring to being able to roll out our aspirations as a council on mode choices. The transition, the choosing the best options, or being able to get those ideas and benefits out to the public in a really easy to understand and an easy way to be able to engage with us over their ideas and options. So I think that we can't underestimate the level of education and understanding that needs to be able to bring the public along with us on this type of thing. There's, you know, for every person that's on a bike, they're not in a car, and so for car drivers, your roads are going to be much more available to you in a much freer way than ever before if we've got more cyclists and if we've got more infrastructure able to support that in a safe way. Then we can only grow those cycling numbers, and you know, I hope that we can see the real benefits of that, as Martin has suggested, in being able to roll out the easiest of projects, because once we see people starting to do that, and I think school children are the most obvious group to be able to encourage onto it and encourage parents to get their kids on, then that's going to free up our roads and that congestion as well. So there's nothing but good to be seen out of this, but that we have to do that in a way that is well supported, and it doesn't put council at risk of resident backlash, so that transport person, that manager, is going to be really important to help us get that messaging out and bring the community along with us. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Gallagher.
Yeah, look, I'll just try and be brief. I won't try and get into the debate per se, acknowledge the points raised. I do want to give a shout out to Martin and Robin Denton and Eva Lisa and the team in terms of the CBD road engineering works. And personally, I'm in favour of the raised platforms. They slow cars. I think they do help with pedestrian safety. And I'll give you a good example of the great work in Palmerston Street, for example, you know, where suddenly streets will lend themselves to slower speeds, you know. So therefore, if you're in a CBD area of any city, anywhere in the world, more or less, you know, you do expect to be driving slow and safe. But there are other mode users as well. And with regard, dare I say it, I and others have glimpsed the future. I can see that in German and Dutch cities where you do have mode share. And can I just remind people that Germany is a really good example where you have an incredible range of mode shares, cycling, public transport, the whole thing. But you also have, dare I say it, the Germans still love their cars. They will be loving their electric cars, their hydrogen cars. They're at the cutting edge of technology. But in Germany and other places, people have choices. They also recognise we have a thing called a climate crisis. And we have an issue around the transition from fossil fuel cars, which contribute to emissions, to climate warming, to better forms of mode, to better forms of power, etc. So look, a big shout out, a good debate. Totally respect the variety of views expressed today. But I have to say, Madam Chair, I actually think we're blessed in the city with cutting edge professionals who are working with us and advising us. And on an Australasian basis, these people, dare I say it, have Australasian reputations. Let's not forget that. As Dave Mack said, of course, we have 200,000 traffic engineers, but I acknowledge the ones who are actually paid to do the work as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor McPherson. Oh, you're on mute.
Sorry. Thanks, Madam Chair. And following Councillor Gallagher's excellent speech, you can see that being chair of the Environment Committee has really brought him on fast on the climate change front. Excellent, Martin. And just to emphasise his point about the climate crisis, it's all very well to say cars will always be here with you, but with 65% or slightly above of the carbon emissions in our city coming from transport, it's not going to be long before, whether we like it or not, we and other cities like ours are going to be held to account if we don't do something about it. Now, providing mode choice, decent alternatives is a very large part of it, and much more than anything else we could do in our city. That's the scientific facts. I don't want to stand in the way of science. I don't. Dinosaurs tried to do that. They've gone. Ford Rangers are trying to do that at the moment, but Mark II, they'll be going soon too, because the Tesla 3 is nipping at its heels. What you didn't mention in your nice chat was that Tesla 3 are only just behind it. First time an electric vehicle is in New Zealand's top 3 sales monthly figures. Look, I liked the Mayor's speech made earlier, putting everything in context, much better than the Deputy Mayor's speech, because I don't believe that we should be dinosaurs and saying disasters are not going to happen. They are going to happen. Climate change is going to come. What are we going to do about it? The other thing, sorry?
Yes, what's your point of order, Deputy Mayor?
I made no reference to anything about disasters or dinosaurs.
Or dinosaurs. No, you didn't. Actually,
I
Councillor
talked about
McPherson.
cars, EVs or whatever
Okay.
cars.
Councillor
Hydrogen
McPherson,
cars.
I think. Thank you. Yep, I agree. Councillor McPherson, you mentioned the word dinosaur, so your speech.
I mentioned them in relation to Ford Rangers, actually, to mark Councillor Donovan. But it's true that dinosaurs were going along happily in their own way until a disaster happened, and the climate change is the disaster coming up in the lift for all of us, and we must do
EVs and hydrogen cars, Dave.
I didn't interrupt you, Deputy Mayor. I never interrupt the car lobby. They're such fun to listen to. What I do want to say is that you need to also look at the financials of the situation, the true costs. We ratepayers subsidise motorised vehicle transport heavily. The cost of parking, the cost of providing roads, the ratepayers and taxpayers, I should say, to be more accurate. Now, look, there are other ways to do it, because I do believe it's important to try and bring as many people along as possible. And that Rotatuna High School has shown that. They have over 60% of their kids cycling to school because it is perceived by the parents as safe and efficient. It gets them to school quickly. There are safe routes. Though as more roads go in that area, that is becoming more problematic, and we have to keep addressing that. It is not impossible in a society like Hamilton's to actually get that, not just the mode choice, but also the mode shift happening in a sensible, efficient way. Otherwise, we're going to be forced to do things that we don't necessarily choose to. Let's start choosing to make change rather than being forced to. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Sorry to interrupt, but yeah,
no, that's fine. I was waiting.
Not working.
I kept going until you did that.
Yeah, I know. All right. Look, thanks everyone. Just really good debate, and it is good when we agree to disagree, because that's good governance, and it's good to see some passion. I just want to echo some of the comments made at the start of debate around the word choice, and Councillor Bunting, you raised it quite a bit, and I agree. It is about choice, and everyone knows I'm a big car user. I've certainly not kept that private, and I am in the camp of the surveys that the main survey that we did with biking and micromobility, which I think it was 80% of people said, who were in my position, said, look, we acknowledge we're a big car user, but don't feel safe. Build the separated cycleways, and we will get on a bike. And I'm there as well. So I think the majority of people want the choice, in saying mode choice is much more friendly and more of a carrot than a stick. I agree with Councillor Bunting on that and others in terms of the word mode shift. And I just want to support particularly the Mayor and others on walking, because walking is a form of transportation. It does get us from one place to another, and we do need to be able to do it safely, particularly as we are seeing a lot more mode choice come into the city. This time, was it 2-3 years ago, we didn't have the amount of scooters that we have now, and when the lockdown's over, hopefully we'll see those e-bikes as well. And it's just become are part of, a piece of fabric of our transport network, but we need to ensure that walking continues to be safe as well. So I support everyone's comments on that. So thanks everyone, really great debate. An excellent report. I hope the staff have picked up on all of the comments from members of the committee on that today. So on page 17, recommendation there is that the report be received. It's been moved and seconded. All those in favour, please raise your hands. And there are none against. That's carried. Now, it's 11:10, so let's just stop for a quick 15 minutes morning tea, because I'm hoping that we'll be able to go flat out without a lunch break and finish around, 1 o'clock easily, because we're getting through the report. So let's break now till 10:15, 25 past 11. Thanks everyone.
How you getting on, Davos? You going all right? Oh, on mute there, mate. Can't hear you, sorry. Mute. There you go.
Yeah, sorry. Yeah, getting on fine, thanks. Mixing with the dinosaurs here.
I was going to bring a semi-religious angle into it if I debated after you, but just not worth it.
That would have been good. We inject a bit of humour.
Don't you laugh about God like that.
I had some good ones about after one of Brian Tamaki's offsiders got caught the COVID.
Do you realise it says it's still live? Is it just
Yeah.
so you know?
Oh, that's all right. I got caught with COVID yesterday. We tweeted, "There is a God after all."
Oh, I saw that. Did I see a report about someone who deliberately got themselves?
Oh, there was another one. Yeah,
A different one. That was crazy.
In the stuff this morning.
Yeah.
And then infected his son or his kid.
Wow.
What happened?
Oh, a guy deliberately exposed himself to COVID to prove that you could survive it unvaccinated. And his words were, "I wish I hadn't done that."
Yeah. And started apologising to everyone. What a moron.
Wow.
I know that the Freedoms and whatever coalition-y thing are meeting today, doing their protest today.
Yeah, they had a big group of them up in the north end of Auckland, just north of Warkworth, trying to get through to drive to Wellington, but they've been dispersed now. They've probably gone to find country lanes to get past or something, but one of them bit a cop, the cops are saying, during the protest. Yeah, they started getting quite violent.
Oh dear.
There's a dentist in Palmerston North who said they're going to have differential charges. It's going to charge more for unvaccinated people because they have to use extra PPE and all sorts of things to if they're delving into unvaccinated mouths, basically. And so they got a whole lot of death threats and bombing threats and all sorts there. So it's getting violent.
Paul, do you know if the Rose Bowl festival's on this weekend, or has that been postponed?
I haven't heard, sorry. Nothing much is on this weekend because the next announcement's the 15th. So
yeah.
And I've every time I've asked Jamie about that, it's come back the same. Yes, it's likely to be the 15th. Could change, but still likely to be the 15th. It's 6 days, isn't it?
Did you get any response to the Prime Minister's letter, or the letter sent to the PM about Hamilton being in?
No, not yet. No, I haven't. I need to follow up with James as to where that's. I got the usual standard. It's received and will be considered letter. But also just Mayor Allen is taking another step on that on behalf of Mayor Allen, Mayor Jim, and I think Mayor John, just in terms of what might be possible in this next iteration. So it's an ongoing conversation through the mayoral forum as well.
Mayor John, which one's Mayor John?
Tikawiti.
Oh, okay.
I didn't put that group together, but I've been talking with Alan, of course, Alan and Jim, because Mayor of Hamilton. My interest is Hamilton and surrounds, more than the other mayors have got to do what they've got to do for their communities as well. I think
he was interviewed this morning on Radio New Zealand.
Who was?
Waipa.
Jim Milgres.
Yeah, Waipa. Yeah. No, Waikato District maybe. Yeah.
Alan.
Oh, one of them. Yeah, I can't recall now.
Oh yeah.
But on the same issue. Yeah.
It would have been Alan, I think, because he's taking a little bit more. We've been doing some stuff together to try and get more united approach. But no matter how many times I ask, I don't think there's going to be a review before 15th, because it's not as straightforward as people think it is it really? I mean, the numbers are low, but the incubation period's day 6 to day 2, right through to day 6 or 7. So we're still in that period of got to see what happens. And the article in the paper yesterday said, you know, we're doing okay, but we could still see greater numbers.
Okay, so 11:25 just ticked over. Governance, can somebody be the timekeeper and call time when we're debating as well? That'd be great. Thank you.
I can email you my timer backdrop if you like, Angela.
No. All right, so we're on to item 8. I haven't. Oh yes, I can see Maire's there. And this is the report, the regular update report on the 17 million we got for the water stimulus package from government. So Maire, I'll hand over to you. It's up to you if you want to take the report as read or highlight anything that you particularly want to highlight.
Thank you, Chair. There are a couple of points that I just want to bring to the committee's attention today. One of them obviously is the COVID impact. So in general, the stimulus program is progressing relatively well. However, the continuing COVID lockdown has caused various levels of disruption to many of the projects. We now have 4 projects with increased risk of non-completion by the 31st of March 2022. These are being actively managed, and we're also in discussions with Crown Infrastructure Partners and the Department of Internal Affairs about potential extensions for those particular projects. The other point that I just want to bring to your attention is that in today's report, we've also included some high-level metrics of some of the emerging economic benefits of the stimulus program. And these are summarised in paragraph 39, which is on page 51 of the report. It's basically just giving a very high-level indication of the number of businesses, number of hours that have been invested, as well as a proportion of local businesses that have been involved in the delivery of the program to date. So on that, at that point, I'll take the rest of the report as read, and Chris Barton and myself are happy to answer any questions that you might have.
As long as Chris Barton did get his coffee, because we don't think we want to see him without coffee. Okay, let's move to questions. Councillor Pascoe.
Thanks, Chair, and thanks, Maire and Chris, and congratulations, Maire, on your recent secondment. I note that the Southern Wastewater Plan business case is currently off track.
Yes.
Is this proceeding in a way which has got a mutually beneficial outcome for us?
Yes, that project is definitely got some benefit for us. And in fact, the section of the project that they're focusing on at the moment is the Northern Wastewater Business Case, which is looking at how the Puketi treatment plant will be upgraded in the future and how it can help to ensure that the growth in that northern sector of the metro area can be delivered. So definitely some mutual benefits to us from that project.
But what about the southern one? Is that unlikely to happen, or is it given that you've got the red light all around it?
I'd probably have to refer to Jackie, who provides, who's the project manager for that particular project, and I know that gets reported through to the Strategic Growth Committee. But yeah, obviously the North and Southern business cases both work in tandem, so you really need to be doing both, because it's talking about sort of how to deliver wastewater services to the entire metro area. It's just the fact that we've separated into 2 distinct areas, so they do need to be hand in hand.
You don't know when the Southern Wastewater Plan business case is coming back to the Strategic Growth Committee?
I understand there's an update provided at each Strategic Growth Committee. I think it's a part of the General Manager update report, but Chris Allen might be able to provide some more information on that.
It's on the agenda for the next Strategic Growth Committee.
I'll leave my questions until then, if that can best be handled at that forum rather than this one.
Yeah, I think that's the best forum, but just to confirm, they're very critical part of our infrastructure strategy. So in answer to your first question, the business case is going well, but it's a very important project for us in Hamilton, but we'll cover that in the report to strategic growth.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Chair.
Thanks, Councillor. Councillor Van Osten.
Mairi, I join Councillor Pesco in congratulating you on being poached from us and wish you well in that work. My questions was with regard to the extension of the time frame for delivery of these projects. How confident are we that a June 2022 date might be applied rather than March?
Well, nothing has been confirmed at this stage, but in the last quarterly report, they asked us to forecast through all our cash projections through to June. So it's actively been looked at, but they just haven't confirmed anything yet. But it's something that we're chasing them quite hard on, because we believe of most of New Zealand, we're probably the most, some of the most affected in this area, given that we've been at alert level 3 for so long. So we're quietly confident, but obviously it's up to Department of Internal Affairs.
And in terms of the increasing costs and eating into our provisions, is there also increasing costs with regard to the resources, materials, availability of people, etc., that need to be factored in as well?
This one I might hand over to Chris, who's probably got a better understanding of some of the costs around the capital delivery at the moment. But in general, we haven't seen any significant cost increases, but obviously we're still not out of the woods yet. So I'll hand over to Chris.
Yeah, thanks, Mairi. And yes, I did get my coffee. Thank you, team. Apologies for that earlier. Across the portfolio, so the projects that we do have, we're not forecasting any significant cost increases at the moment as a result of COVID. The supply chain as a whole has been progressing okay across this program. Luckily, we did have existing contractual commitments in place to deliver, which we're leveraging to deliver a large proportion of this program. And so we've been able to leverage existing rates. A lot of those issues we're not seeing, particularly in the short term in terms of delivery of this program, but it is a significant risk as part of the overall capital portfolio moving forward.
Thank you for that. And I guess the final thing was with regard to the progress payment that we're expecting. And I understand that we put that in some time ago and haven't had it forwarded to us yet. Are there indications of when that might be expected, and what kind of implication is there if there's ongoing delay?
Yeah, so yes, you're absolutely correct. We put in a funding request back in with our Q3 report in July. We had feedback from Crown Infrastructure Partners and Department of Internal Affairs in October, and they asked for some more information on a number of projects to validate the claim. And we're in the process of providing all that information. In the meantime, they've asked us to reduce our funding request from the 5.94 million down to the 4.995 million, so they can progress that rapidly. If that doesn't come through in the next few weeks, we will be cash flow negative, which means that obviously council is paying a cost of providing that funding. So yeah, we're pushing hard to get that funding for the next quarter sorted as soon as possible.
And that we're only allowed to make those requests on a quarterly basis, is that right? And is 5 million a threshold that government put extra scrutiny on if we top?
I think the Department of Internal Affairs have actually engaged KPMG to do all the financial scrutiny on any of the requests. So there is a very high bar for any funding request that goes in, and we're seeing the effects of that. But I guess that's to be sort of expected for such a large amount of public money. So we are just working with DIA and CIP to make sure that we meet their requirements so we can get the funding through as soon as possible.
And that we can't do that on more than a quarterly basis, is that correct?
Yes, that's correct. So we're at the moment we're hoping to get the Q3 request, and as soon as that goes through, we'll be in discussion with them about the Q4 request. So they said that we could discuss that once the Q3 request had gone through, and that will make sure that we are cash flow positive right through to January when the next quarterly report is due.
Because that threshold should have been September, is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay, all right. Thank you. Thanks, Mairi. Chris.
Thanks, Councillor. There doesn't appear to be any other questions. Thanks again for a great report, Mairi. So the recommendation committee is on page 17. I will move that. Then this is just simply that we receive the report. So I will move that. Seconded by first hand I see, Mayor Paula. Thank you. Look, I just want to make a couple of comments. I think I make the same comments for every one of these reports that comes forward, but this was a great stimulus project from the government that we got last year. The $17.9 or $6 million has made a significant difference in the work that we've been able to do with our three waters, dare I say it. I'm really proud of the work that Mairi and her team have done. I, of course, are particularly interested in two of the projects that I lobbied to put forward. One was the investigating an incentive program for our city residents in rainwater tanks, and I see that work is on track. So I'm really, really looking forward to the outcome of that project, to see if there is a way forward for Hamilton City to have some kind of rainwater tank incentive as part of our sustainability approach for the future. Obviously, that would be if that was the case, that would be an LTP decision. And I'm really super proud of the security measures. That was just under $1 million that we got to increase security and bring it actually into the 21st century for our water assets. We have fantastic water assets in the city. We have absolutely world-class staff. And but you know, some of our security in simple things that we should have had, like CCTV cameras, cardiac security access systems, lighting, security fences, we didn't have. So I am super, super proud of that particular project in there, and of the fantastic work that Mairi is doing in this space. We as a city are absolutely investing and have continued to invest in our water assets to an exceptional standard. So I thank the team for that, and I thank the government for that opportunity. Is there any further speakers? There are no hands up. So with that, I will put the recommendation, which is to receive the report, to the vote. It's been moved and seconded. All those in favour, please raise your hands. Thank you. There are none against. No, that's carried. All right, we're on to item 9, page 67 on our electronic agendas. This is the rubbish and recycling contract update, which I will hand over to Trent. We've got Trent Antania on the line. Morning, Trent.
Morning, kia ora koutou. Also got Scott Copeland with us here as well.
Oh, great.
Yeah, thank you. Obviously, 31st of August this year for the first 12 months of our new service. An overwhelming success in terms of achieving 50%, well, over 50% diversion. I would say that we've definitely had our challenges along the way. Initially, probably a victim of our own success with the overwhelming uptake of the food waste, and just a few other challenges, and least to say COVID, more recent times. But we're pretty confident with everything's going, and there is improvements all the time. With that, I'll take the report as read. And any questions, please?
Thanks so much, Trent. Mayor Paula, you're up first.
Thank you for your great work. Thank you. It's been an interesting start to this new service, given that we barely got it sort of up and running and going through some of the wrinkles, and then we had COVID hit with greater different problems. So I really appreciate what you've done. My question is just a question. Can you answer? Maybe I missed it in the report. Wasn't potentially reading close enough. But in terms of the food waste, last time I think, Trent, we talked about it. There was about 52% of people using the food waste. Was that?
It's sort of around sort of 55%. So.
55. So in terms of potential, it's got potential.
Definitely.
We've got this opportunity to divert even greater, huger amounts of product if we can get some of that remaining 40-odd% to use the buckets. So do we now, I mean, I know anecdotally what people say to me, I'm sure Angela gets just as many, if not triple the amount of inquiries that I get on this, but do you know why people do choose to use them or don't? I mean, I actually love mine. I've never had a maggot or a fly or any problem with it, but why do we know why some people find it easier? My auntie has a convoluted, she puts all the bones in the freezer and everything, but she loves it. But some people obviously clearly don't.
Look, we haven't had a real deep dive into terms of why people aren't using. We know sort of anecdotally there's still people using their own home composting and other options like that. Obviously, waste disposal units, sort of the incinerators, still have a use for certain people. We definitely had some challenges around sort of with smell and insects, etc. So, and we've kind of tried to provide advice on the Fight the Landfill website around ways to combat that. But I think it's definitely an opportunity for us to have a greater push with that. And I think particularly with sort of what's happening from a national perspective around looking at a new waste strategy and organics within that. So definitely future opportunities.
It'd be useful to try and find some, not people like me, because people get sick of that, but people that are, people who are champions for waste, who help be part of those storytelling, that's saying, look, I had doubts about it, but I started using it. This is how I manage it. Like my auntie's story was quite funny because she takes all the meat type products and puts them in a large plastic bag in her freezer because she doesn't want any decomposting meat or maggots or anything like that, and then she empties it in the day before it's emptied. So that's her way of dealing with what she feels might be the smelliest item in the bin. Other people would have other things, right? And I think people champions are really good. I wonder if we can get some, how have other people coped with it?
Definitely, and we've had some of the public reach out to us just to say pretty much that they were sceptical to begin with. However, once using it, hey, there was no way they turned back. There's probably a percentage of the population that haven't tried it, and they're probably the ones that we need to target.
And I do think the allure of being able to potentially now or in the future save rates is good. So I've just got one more after this, Angela. Just in terms of the waste levy and how government were forecasting that to increase significantly. And so the more volume to waste, the more ratepayers would have to pay for it, right?
Definitely.
And we've pulled back the amount of waste going to landfills. So what's the economics about that? I'd love to understand. It's possibly not saving us money at this point in time, is it? Or is it? But what does it do economically in the long term?
I was looking at the future modelling that we had for the cost. We did make the anticipation that there would be an increase in levies, and I guess it's sort of almost balanced out around that sort of where they're heading with. So I guess we've already built in that cost in terms of...
So we're cost neutral on it because of that.
Yeah, and over the period of the service, but there's nothing to say there wouldn't be even more significant increases in the levy in the future. And I think that's possibly where we would look to be doing.
And then the other part, just wanted to know how we were tracking with the more tricky... there's big families who would like a bigger bin, but then there's the tricky issue of nappies and other incontinent products or medical waste. Now, how have we gone with that? I haven't been following the detail lately, sorry. So,
look, we're still sort of helping support some families that have got either medical or disabilities around, just because they generate considerably more waste than the average household. We have been working with the DHB because a large majority of these ones are actually outpatients of the DHB. However, they've had their own challenges in recent times, so we probably haven't progressed as much as we would like to around that. But that said, at the start of the service, we had quite a few inquiries around reaching out for help with that. That there's not really those coming through anymore. There's maybe one every couple of months, someone that sort of contacts us and say, hey, I've got a problem here. So look, I think a lot of people have probably taken the opportunity to use the service effectively, and in some cases probably found alternatives.
So is the number of complaints dramatically reduced now because of that work? Or are we still getting a fair trickle of common themes?
I think we always will have that feedback around the bin size, but however, that was the bold move that we made in terms of reducing to make that change. I don't think that will ever go away, but that's definitely a lot quieter than it has been.
Okay, I think you're going to see a lot more junk food waste now that we're able to buy more junk food, right?
Hopefully product stewardship.
Honestly, the bins around the lake were all, and Ewan will be testament to this as well, they were all full this morning with the usual brands of takeaway. Anyway, thank you. Keep up the good fight.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Bunting.
Thank you, Madam Chair. G'day, Trent. Good to see you. The missed collections part there, I see that we're, good work on getting it down from what it was to what it is. We're still a little bit above target, though. Is there a common reason for collections being missed that you're noticing?
Some of them, like the likes of the food waste bins, sometimes are not seen behind cars. Obviously, we've worked very closely with the contractor around, they had relief drivers or drivers changing routes, and so sometimes that leads to bins being missed and potentially a whole side of a street. So we've been working really closely with them, and they've looked at their routing and how they're doing things. So I know even this month, that number's dropped by about another 100 sort of complaints. So we're getting closer to that. It is quite an aspirational target when you take into account that it's 57,000 odd households. And there will always be exceptions to the rule, but definitely ongoing work, and we're leaning on the contractor because we want to see that improvement.
Yeah, good. No, great work. And just on the fly tipping or the illegal dumping, a similar question actually. Are you noticing any, because you're the poor guys who have to go out and pick through it and try and find some form of ID in it? Are you finding any particular kind of rubbish or any particular kind of pattern of people who are fly tipping or dumping?
It is a bit of a mixture. Probably with COVID that we've seen a real increase of dumping around charity stores and charity bins. But that is always a problem, and we've been reaching out to them and talking to them because a lot of these are on private land, so it sort of falls outside our gambit. So it's just how we can support them. And in a couple of cases, we've gone and arranged a clean-up because they've not had the ability to do so. But I think now that with the restrictions easing a bit, the stores are operating again. So, but it's, we're doing a bit of work. You may have noted in the exec update last week that we're creating new signage around taking more of a behaviour change approach rather than the big stick. And just sort of like putting pressure on people to think about what they're doing, and definitely looking for opportunities around that side of things as we move forward.
Although, how big is the stick that you get whacked with if you do get caught fly tipping and dumping? Is it a strong enough penalty?
Look, in some cases it is, and sometimes it's not. It may, you look at something like parking infringements. You have some people that probably have a nice big stack of parking infringements with no intent to pay them, but we do have that small aspect to it. Large scale dumping, obviously we have the prosecution path, and that tends to prevent sort of, particularly from business or commercial doing dumping. It's more residential stuff, and it's the fine between 1 and 400. And look, there's a review of the Waste Minimisation Act and the Litter Act being proposed, and that will look at better tools around litter and fly tipping, and also just, probably more stringent enforcement.
Thank you. And last question, is there any more talk, because I think last time we talked about this, I was trying to push the idea of some sort of line up with our neighbouring councils doing stuff at the same time with the same system. How's that dialogue going? Are you in touch with them much?
Look, we get a lot of councils approaching us and asking us about how we've gone about things. Tauranga has adopted a relatively similar service recently, and very much, anyone that is looking at a service change are coming and talking to us. We've had Naramara Piako. We work very closely with Waikato and Waipa district councils as it is already. So, and once again, in terms of the national review of the waste strategy, there's obviously that talk of standardisation of curbside services.
Right, yeah, cool. Thanks, Trent. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Gallagher.
Yeah, look, thank you. I'll try and be, just generally, I know we don't employ the drivers and the workers on this excellent service directly. I personally have sort of concern, the single driver versus the double crewed cabs. Are we having any, Trent, what sort of interaction do we have with the contracts to ensure that the welfare and the conditions of the people who are providing the service at a ground level, we're happy with health and safety issues and their conditions?
We talk quite often with a contractor around that side of things, particularly during COVID, in terms of their staff welfare and while they're out and about, and obviously just times, tough times that there may be a little bit more raised aggression. So we've really flagged that with the staff and particularly independent operators. And I know when we have had occasions of incidents with drivers that, we've really reached out, and, even appreciate that Mayor Paula reached out at one stage when a driver was assaulted. So look, we talked to them about it. Obviously, they always look at efficiencies, being a contractor, in terms of how they operate and what the best way to do things. But they kind of work off these national guides as well that they work within.
So the single crewed, with a single driver, collecting the rubber, doing all the stuff that we are satisfied that, the health and safety conditions are met there. I mean, albeit the contractor is trying to do cost minimisation, but there is an issue of safety and welfare in this.
Definitely, and right at the beginning of the service, we talked a lot and asked a lot about their, because picking up, a couple of thousand odd bins a day, quite fatiguing, and ensuring that their staff were okay with that and coping with that, and reaching out to say pass on, our gratitude for them. Look, we are confident in how they're managing their staff.
And if you can, I mean, I know it's just word, it's not meant to be just words, but I think pass on from the city that the fantastic job these people do. Now, Eva Leese's predecessor by the name of Chris Allen, when we were debating the moving to the new contract some years ago, he promised that part of the contract would be part of the clean streets, the cleaning up of litter and that kind of thing. Now, as I understand it, that really is done by their Lions, and my own feedback and experiences, that's been pretty good service in terms of if you ring them, ring the switchboard, things get attended to. Are we having much, is the Lions, getting many phone calls? What's the sort of the ratio of calls that come in, and you go and do the clean street stuff with litter and dump rubbish and stuff like that, and even things like mattresses, bedsteads, things that were not intended for the collection anyway?
Yeah, look, we haven't reached out to them recently, but a couple of months ago we sort of kind of went back to them and said what are their numbers are like in terms of their illegal dumping call outs. This is the Alliance, and they're dropped by a third. Now, that said, we kind of have a balance between what the Alliance provides from the service perspective as well as our contractor. So the larger stuff is normally is managed by our contractor. So the Alliance tends to get more of the street littering sort of under a black bag.
So can I just say, obviously I live in a high density part of the city and very, very keen to you know, obviously for kids to enjoy clean streets, irrespective of where they live. But my observation is what are we doing with, say, persistent offenders? Are we dealing with, like, whether it's KO, housing providers, body corps? You know, I picked up Mark Bunting's point of where, you know, where you might go after the individual, but, you know, to what degree do you involve body corps, KO and the providers in that?
Definitely, we have a lot to do with carrying order in terms of, you know, related to tenants and ongoing issues and looking at different interventions, and rather than us just handing out fines for the offenders, it's what, you know, looking at what can they do to help the situation and how can we support them, rather than it becoming too much of our problem. We sort of push it a little bit back onto them, but also with support at the same time.
Yeah, one would assume that a body corp or a owner or, you know, a housing provider, be it KO or other groups, would have an obligation, you know, obviously, rather than just pass the cost on to us. But my observation again, I think you're doing a fantastic job in that area, if I can say, Trent. Final question. Thank you, Madam Chair. Just the issue of, you know, the glass. In the old days, I know you could have a couple of bins, you could buy an extra bin, and I know it was glass and plastic. Are we picking up in the sort of high density areas, student areas, young people, you know, because you can only put out one of these glass bins once a fortnight, and obviously you have the traditional party. And my thing would be, the objective surely is to get the glass up and, you know, recycled. Is that an issue, or am I overblowing that a bit?
Oh, look, we do hear occasionally around, you know, there's some dissatisfaction around the volume of glass that's been picked up, but in a lot of cases, it's a free option to take to the transfer station, particularly if someone does have a large gathering, probably fewer these days. But look, I think sometimes it's taking an opportunity of working with neighbours, etc. as well. So. But definitely not as much noise as we have.
You're not perceiving in the higher density areas, you know, particularly student, with respect, you're not. It's not presenting as a significant issue.
Not that I'm aware of.
Okay, no, thanks, Trent. Thank you for your work.
Thank you.
Councillor Naidoo-Rolfe.
Thank you, Chair. Great report, Trent. Thank you.
Thank you.
In terms of extended families living together, are we doing any work, or are there any conversations going on where we are looking at, you know, capacity issues in terms of, like, you know, we've got the housing situation and we're seeing more large families moving in together. So I know I get quite a lot of feedback saying that it's not big enough because we've got, you know, 4 to 6 adults in a house. How are we approaching that?
It's probably more still the education and behaviour change. We find in some instances when we've had someone contact us about the size of the bin, that when you have a good talk to them about how well they're utilising the service, quite often we find that the solution can be there. It is always going to be a challenge that one size doesn't fit all. And I guess for a cost-effective and efficient service for such a large city, it's having that standardisation. So moving beyond that does become very challenging, and potentially maybe some of the situations we find a lot of people actually will use a private service in addition to the council service as well. So look, it's a challenge. There's probably no real answer in terms of how we address that, but once again, it's communication, education.
Yeah, you're right. I have seen a lot of people feedback to say they're using private providers. Will there be any opportunity for council to explore, you know, allowing large families to have that extra bin if they need it? I'm talking about, you know, with the threshold where we actually can't fit stuff in because there's so many of us.
We haven't been looking at that. It was something that when we did our initial investigations, we were quite advised by other councils quite strongly to not go down that path of having variable size bins.
Okay.
Just the challenges associated with it.
Yeah, and thank you. And next question about businesses, small businesses in particular, and the cost of recycling. Have we looked at the cost of recycling if the service were to expand to select small businesses in the city? I'm just thinking of the amount of stuff that could be recycled but is probably not being recycled due to recycling costing more than general.
We specifically haven't looked at any service provision for small business. I think, and sorry, I sort of keep coming back to it, but it becomes what we can do around communication, education, and different ways to support. We know that the waste outside the residential, or the recycling outside residential, is, we're only probably 17-18% is from a residential perspective. So there's a lot of work to do there. And I guess we've had a lot of focus in terms of the service, and now it's taking the opportunities to move a little bit further beyond that from a waste minimisation perspective.
Perfect. Thank you. Thanks, Chair.
Thanks, Councillor. Deputy Mayor.
Thank you, Chair Angela. Trent, a couple of questions. One, higher density living and the fact that we are about to go on steroids in terms of our high density and possibly allow 3 stories holus bolus across the city. What impact is that going to have on our provision of facilities for these guys, and is it likely to be a significant cost for us?
Look, it will have an impact. It's probably difficult to understand sort of the cost associated with that without sort of understanding sort of what requirements and what trumps what. Obviously, we introduced within our waste management and minimisation bylaw a couple of clauses around provision of waste management plans for new developments and new builds, so that we can try and get ahead of the game and help manage that problem for its coming. So whether it's what considerations I've given in terms of development to either have on-site storage, will it be fit for purpose for the curbside, or is there an option to opt out of the service and have a private service provision?
Okay, so we've got our eyes on the ball there, which is great, because it could be a growing. Well, it is going to be a growing issue, I imagine.
Definitely.
Cool. Second thing is in regards to the adult diapers, nappies, pull-ups, whatever you want to call them. I do get requests about that, and I guess I'm just after a little bit firmer kind of idea from you on some resolution there with the DHB. Do you have some sort of time frame where you think we may have discussions there? Because as far as I've seen, that problem hasn't actually gone away. What we seem to have actually had that's alleviated a bit is they've actually allowed people to top up the bins a bit higher and near where I am to actually accommodate them, which is really good of them. But that doesn't seem to me like a final solution to it all. I guess I'm just after, should elected members be involved helping here or not?
Look, Councillor Gallagher has actually been sort of helped support this issue. It has been raised a couple of times. We started down, I guess it was prior to the discussions with the DHB, but they obviously the cyber attack, and then they've had obviously COVID, that it's kind of gone a little bit quiet, because we were really trying to work on a definition, because it's like, how big is this can of worms, and how, once we open it up, and it's probably requiring a variation to the contract to try and manage those. So at the moment, the small numbers we can sort of look after, But in short, look, we don't have a time frame around that. We've also sent a letter to the Ministry for Disabilities around this issue, and they were going to do a bit of a reach out around other councils to see how others had an issue. So because it's a bit of a shared problem, it's not just us, it's also the DHB, and trying to get a handle on all the providers out there has really been the challenge.
Councillor Gallagher, this has been something you've been involved in. Did you?
I mean, I don't want to use Pandora's box, because it is a matter of a balance of what is a DHB patient, you know, what is their responsibility, versus, of course, then we have, you know, many of our elderly people, you know, people for various reasons with incontinence pads. I won't go into too much detail in terms of a wider family of mine, but all I'm saying is this, Jeff, this is it's not straightforward. It is a bit tricky, and I think you know, tread with caution. I think Trent and the team are trying to do their best, but certainly to identify where you know, what's the word? Yeah, the difference between, say, a DHB responsibility and what steps we could take, particularly for people who are do have continence issues genuinely, living an independent life, and how our service should assist them and in what way it should assist, as against, say, a DHB patient directly, where that should be a DHB responsibility.
All right, thank you, Martin. Thanks, Chair Angela.
Thank you. Councillor Pascoe.
Thanks, Chair. Most of my questions have been covered, but one hasn't, and that's around the satisfaction survey on in paras 61, 62, noting that there has been a fall from 81% down to 60 since we've introduced the new rubbish takeaway. Just wondering what opportunities we have to improve on this.
I think it's probably more of a time. You know, we'll go back and do that survey again. I think it was people getting used to the service. Obviously, you know, something we've mentioned already was the size of the bins was probably one of the larger issues around dissatisfaction. And, you know, we had some teething problems at the beginning. So with missed collections and, you know, same day service not occurring, you know, having to roll into the next day. So, but confident that to repeat that survey, we'd definitely look at a better result.
How long ago was the survey done? I may have missed that in my reading.
It was back in March.
Back in March, okay. So have you got a date forward for March would have been 18 months in, wouldn't it? From 18 months in from the start of the contract?
6 months.
Oh, only 6 months. Oh, sorry. Okay.
Look, we'd probably look to repeat around sort of summertime next year, but with COVID.
It would be good to do that reasonably soon, because I think that will give us some confidence if it's improved, and if we're heading back to that 81, and if we're not, what we need to do reasonably quickly to try and realign it back. Thanks Trent. Thanks guys for a great job you're doing out there. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks, Chair.
Thanks, Councillor Thompson.
Thanks, Chair, and thanks, Trent, for the support and all of your work. I was just wanting to ask around schools. So the issue was raised during the LTP, and we used to pick up some of the schools' rubbish and recycling, and obviously now with the new service, we don't, because they're not paying rates. But I've since been approached by a couple of schools and a play centre around what assistance council could provide. Their concern being that they don't necessarily have the budget for the recycling or rubbish services to get private ones, and they want their kids to be able to, you know, I guess, learn how to recycle properly and stuff. And it sounded like their volumes weren't a lot, but I'm just wondering if we have any capacity to look at this a little closer.
Probably as sort of the contract stands at the moment, we don't really have that ability. I guess we've kind of really where we've had the issues is, gone back that obviously it's a ratepayer service, and Ministry of Education are funding of schools particularly. So, it's possibly where the discussion of Ministry of Ed around what they're doing in that space. I know, with the likes of Enviro Schools through the Regional Council, it's more an education perspective rather than actually a service provision. And that's probably where the challenge lies for us, is it council's responsibility to provide that service. Even like, I guess, small amounts for small schools or anything like that, I guess once we start, where do we finish? So there's the challenges there.
Is there the opportunity, for example, I don't know, it may be not cost effective, but say a targeted rate where schools that want to use the service could pay solely for the rubbish and recycling service, but not rates or anything else?
Look, I think nothing's sort of impossible, but I guess it comes to looking at the contract, the structure of the contract, and because at the moment there's no provision for a contractor to be collecting from schools or anyone outside a residential property.
Okay. Chair Angela, this is something that Enviro Schools has followed up with me on a few times. I'm wondering if it would be possible, at the very least, I'd be happy to take a lead, but to engage in some communication from council with Ministry of Ed or something. I'd be really keen to at least have a more detailed discussion around options, acknowledging it's a difficult area.
Yeah, I think one of my questions down here is sort of just clarifying some things in terms of that question and conversation suggestion is more through the Environment Committee, because it's that committee, isn't it, that monitors and the outcomes of the our waste minimisation strategy, rather than simply the operational. Let's talk about it offline, just to make sure we figure out where that fits properly. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, fully support that. Yeah.
Yes, thanks.
Thanks, Councillor. Councillor Gallagher?
Oh, yeah, very quickly, just again, again, an offline or an EM session, just picking up the point, Councillor Kesh, with multi-generation households, how that relates to individual SUIPs, and how our housing, granny flats, that kind of thing, plus the medical waste stuff. So certainly would welcome in the appropriate forums, Madam Chair, just ongoing monitoring and discussion of that, particularly as our housing patterns and family, moving, evolving.
Yeah, definitely noted that. Thanks everyone. Just a couple of questions from me. Trent, just clarification on and fantastic presentation of the data. I'm loving all the graphs. Really, really easy to get a great picture. Long may it continue. Just on page 71, the missed collections, is that missed collections and not stickered? Is that two different things? I guess I'm trying to get some clarification on genuine missed collections through an error in service from the contractor, and those that are like big overstuffed bins where we just don't pick up because the lid is supposed, we're trying to get less waste, so the lid is supposed to be down. So is it both of those things?
So they're not, miscollection, not stickered, is what we would term as a legitimate miscollection. So the contractor should be leaving a sticker on the bin as to why it's not collected.
Okay, I see.
Okay, it's overfilled or reason.
So it's miscollection because of non-compliance.
No, it's a legitimate miscollection.
Okay, so what about, where is the data then on miscollections that are non-complying? And I'm assuming that although the Deputy Mayor said in his area red lid bins are being picked up, when you see the lid is way up here because it's jam-packed and overstuffed with rubbish, are we picking those? I shouldn't say this publicly, should I? I don't want to encourage people. I thought our contract was, we don't, unless the lid is down or within a reasonable You know?
There has been a bit of a shift around sort of that compliance level and what different. So we are talking to the contractor. We kind of initially started out that we had an agreement that it was, like
the lid was down.
Above, sort of like that much sort of was okay, but that's kind of shifted over time. So we're definitely sort of talking to them, but because it doesn't help in terms of diversion because it's picking up more waste. However, at the same time, it is providing a better service and dealing with some of the issues that we've got with people that don't have the capacity. So a bit of a tough one, but we're kind of trying to bring them in and say, hey, look, we need that consistency and approach.
Yeah, and also because, sorry, Martin.
Sorry, but don't interrupt offline perhaps chat, but I guess, Trent, there's a degree of pragmatism and consumer goodwill. That if people are doing it consistently, but if it's inconsistent, sometimes there are events and households' lives, and I'm just wondering that I think we have to be a little careful that we don't blow goodwill and what I call discretion. That's all. But maybe that I appreciate there's a bit of an ongoing offline chat.
Look, thanks, Trent, for clarifying there. When is our next planned education campaign? Because I know that we've done the audit, the waste audit, and that needs to be part of a component of an education plan, because there are things from the waste audit that are being chucked away in the red lid bin that can be in the recycle bin. So what I know lockdown makes everything difficult, but what have we got planned in terms of our next rollout of education?
Probably the real challenge has been sort of with lockdown. We were supposed to be conducting the second part of the audit because we want to look at not just one season of the year, but so it's comparable. That's kind of gone out the window because it should have occurred now, and we're almost getting back into summer when the first audit was undertaken. So look, we've got valuable information from the first audit, giving us an idea. So look, nothing hard and fast planned at the moment, but I think this is as we sort of get going again, sort of post-COVID, and trying to get, we've had a new education advisor start within the team during COVID. So there's been challenges trying to get up to speed, and also new comms advisor come on board. So we're really starting to just move into that now.
Yeah.
So,
okay. Look, I'm really supportive of us getting something going, and I think I share the Mayor's comments or questions around what her auntie does, and I've often taken a phone call from people and given them a few tips about, that I make these little newspaper parcels that you can put your food scraps in. But anyway, final question, just following on from the Deputy Mayor's a question around intensification. Do we with the contract, we would obviously have new homes coming on, like an X amount of growth per year for the life of the contract. Are we on target with that? Are we exceeding that? I mean, there seems to be homes, popping up everywhere at the moment. The growth seems to be exponential, but are we sort of, how are we faring in that space? And is that something that you could include in future reports for us?
Yep. Look, I might pass that one to Scott. Might be better place to answer around that. But definitely consideration for future reports if we can look at how we can build that in.
Yes, so look, every month we'll be putting, there's a couple of hundred new sets of bins going out to new properties. So we do track it and do keep track of that. So it is something we can report to you.
Yeah. So if there was a risk of us exceeding what was built into the contract, obviously that would you would get that flagged quite early on.
Look, I don't think it's a contractual risk for us.
Right. Great. Okay. Excellent. Okay. Look, that's all the questions. See what's happening here. So the recommendation is on page 67, and that's for the report to be received. I would like to move that. Councillor Bunting seconding. Yes, thank you. Is there any debate? Councillor Bunting?
Yeah, look, just very briefly, I'm going to jump on this bandwagon that I jump on every time this comes up, but I'd like to, again, thank you, Trent, and your awesome team for the grubby work you have to do. I remember way back last term when I first started to learn about all this, they gave me the analogy, if you want to check out an animal's health, you check out its waste. And so it is with a community. And I've got to say the work you guys are doing are keeping that, if you like, community orifice clear and doing the very best you possibly can. Okay, enough of that analogy. But I'd also like to so thank you for the great work. Thank you for a really tough change that you've brought in, but also like to remind us to keep looking at what our neighbours are doing, because only once recycling material is scalable, i.e. once we have enough plastic, enough food waste, etc., will business set up and really do something with it, so we don't have to export our plastics and don't have to waste our waste, as it were. So I'd also suggest that comes with a warning that if we don't start linking up with our neighbours, and everyone's got these individual little rubbish systems going, it's not going to take long before our good friends in Wellington notice that isn't perhaps as economic as it could be. And we know what happened last time we had that sort of system going on with water. So I'd suggest we do it to them before they do it to us. So I just reckon we should do some great work and linking up with our neighbours, not taking over their rubbish or anything to that effect, but better using our MRFs, better using our food waste, so we have enough of it to become economic to make some really good recyclable material out of. So that's, I'll just leap off my bandwagon and commend the report.
Thank you. Deputy Mayor.
Thank you, Chair Angela. Look, you guys probably get sick of this type of comment, but I really do want to congratulate you for the report, but also just for the job that's being done. I mean, a number of us were really nervous before this, before this happened. There was potential for real, I was going to say cluster, but I won't, real problems. And the complexity of the operation and the public-facing nature of it, people really care about their rubbish not being picked up, just made it an awesome Everest to climb. And I just congratulate all the staff involved, Chair Angela, yourself, Bunty, for your work setting it up and all that sort of stuff as well, because I think it's something we can be really, really proud of. And I'm just it's funny when I'm walking the dog and I see bins out. It's not something you'd normally be proud of, but I'm always really, really proud of it, because sometimes it's the little things that we do well that really that really make people's opinions of us as a council. And you guys have just done some immense work for us as an organisation and a brand. Thank you.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. Councillor Gallagher.
Yes, just briefly to shout out, totally support Jeff's Deputy Mayor's comment. And I think obviously there's the issue of waste minimisation. The food bins are, in my view, stunning success, stunning asset. And I certainly shout out to people like Dave Mack and yourself who, promoted those, at the beginning of the discussion of this contract. But I think the general urban amenity has been improved by the way in which we collect and recycle rubbish. I think and particularly, I just want to focus in terms of the general improvement, even in the high density areas as well. I think, the litter bit is way down. And certainly want to shout out for ongoing clean streets, and particularly, coming if there are sort of infringements, that we sort those out as quickly as possible. But yeah, totally agree with Jeff. I think our team has done fantastically, and I want them to know that. And I'm acutely aware that when we changed to this new system, we had some Hamiltonians, while they may have been frustrated, some individual behaviours were disgraceful in terms of criticism, being abusive to our staff. That we should definitely have a no tolerance policy, allowing for people's anger and frustration. I get that. But the staff team, I think, have done amazingly well. So totally agree with Jeff's comments.
Thank you. Councillor Van Osten.
Thank you, and I'll join in on the love fest here. There's an awful lot to be really proud of in this report and in the stats and in the change of behaviours in our city. As a regular old ratepayer rather than a councillor, I've totally embraced the opportunity to be able to take part in the recycling and to be modelling that to my younger whānau, and really happy to see that our neighbourhood have also taken it on in a really positive way. But also, it'd be remiss of us not to acknowledge it's not just Hamiltonians that are proud of this, but that we've been able to win awards. And I couldn't have been prouder than being at the LGNZ conference at the dinner last year and through the awards, to be up on stage receiving that award on your behalf, Trent and Eva-Lisa and Hannah and Scott. And so, I just want to say thank you very much for the work that you're doing that puts Hamilton in a really positive light and, brings us to the top in terms of being able to show those kind of really positive behaviours and take real leadership. So thanks.
Thank you, Councillor. I'll just say a few words. Deputy Mayor, I don't think staff will ever get sick of praise. I think it's so well deserved, like everyone has said, and completely support the speakers. Just a couple of notes. I too am really proud when I'm out and about and I see all these tidy little soldiers lined up along the street. And I remember way back when we were embarking on this brave new world of ours, one of the things that came from us, but particularly from the public as well, was, there's a row of plastic bins is going to look terrible, but they look like these soldiers lined up all nice and neat and tidy, and it looks like an efficient, well-run service in an efficient, well-run city. So I'm also really proud when on rubbish day. Look, we have rock stars. The staff are absolute rock stars, and we are so lucky to have them on board with this project. The two things I would like to see, a change in. I'd actually quite like to see the next education campaign around resident hacks, because I think there's probably, and maybe that's a bit of a competition, I think, for ideas. I think there's some really cool, innovative things, like putting, protein in the freezer before you throw it out. Dare I say, like my little newspaper parcels that I got from my mum, who probably got from her mum. So that's a bit of a family tradition. They work perfectly. So yeah, I reckon a fun resident hack thing. Everybody likes good life hacks. The other thing that is just intolerable is there is still too much aggression towards these drivers. These are people that live in our city, and they are essential workers and they help keep our environment clean and safe. And it's completely unacceptable that we are still seeing aggressive behaviour towards them. It's untenable to think that happens. But also I know that it happens towards our some of our parking staff as well. And any campaign where we put the faces of those workers and champions, quite frankly, in front of residents to show that they are human, would be something that would absolutely get my support. So maybe there's something there that we can help with in the future. All right, so apparently that was my right of reply. So thanks everyone, great report and excellent debate, questions and comments. So the recommendation is on page 67. I have moved that. Did we have a seconder? Councillor Bunting. Yep. So we've had debate. All those in favour, please raise your hands. And there are none against. That's carried unanimously. Thank you. All right. I don't know about my trying to be finished by 1. That's not going to happen.
You're going well. Hang in there.
All right. So we're on to the next item, infrastructure operations, the General Manager's report. Now there is a two extra recommendations there. One is to bring forward the funding for Onion Road, and the second one delegates me as chair to work with staff on the preparation and approval of a submission to Waka Kotahi. So just on those things, I will go through just by exception, I think, because there's an awful lot in this report, and if I go through one by one, we are not going to get finished till 5 o'clock tonight. So I'll hand over to the General Manager first, just to present the report, particularly on the two extra recommendations, Evelisa, if you could, and then we'll go to questions. Oh, I've lost you. Oh, no, there you are.
No, I'm here. I just had to find whether I was on mute or not, because I didn't want to have coffee issues either. No. Yeah. So in terms of the General Manager's report, there are two recommendations there today, and one relates to in terms of the proposal for the Onion Road realignment. It's in reference to item 2 on page 84, and it's in regards to the Rafalunion Onion Road temporary closure update. So it is about understanding the impacts of the level crossing closure and road closure, temporary closure, and a bring forward of the Onion Road realignment from the current 10-year plan location in years 8, and consideration of elected members whether they want to bring that proposal through for an annual plan proposal for consideration in for this 22-23 annual plan that we're currently underway. And the next item is in regards to the a submission on the Waka Kotahi proposal for the speed limit of 110 kilometres on the expressway. So that is due at the end of November. So it's just providing staff to draft the response with elected member feedback through approval through the chair. So those two were the resolutions associated with this report.
Okay, thanks. Look, everyone, make sure you've got your questions lined up, because I'm only going to come to each elected member once for your list of questions. So make sure you're on point there. So I'll go to Deputy Mayor first.
Thank you, Chair Angela. I have a question about point 38 on page 87, which is Waka Kotahi's speed limit changes to the state highway network in Hamilton. And in particular, just on one point, most of it I'm fine with, but their refusal to relook at their plan to lower the speed on Avalon Drive bypass from 80 k's an hour to 60 k's an hour. I guess want to know, what stage in the process are we? Can we challenge that, or is it all over Red Rover?
Robin, are you able to update on the conversations you've been having with Waka Kotahi regarding this item, please?
Yes, so I guess in a similar way to the process that we work through when we're setting speed limits and we go out and consult, they have taken the feedback on board and have made a decision. There is nothing that requires them to, I guess, comply with our wishes. They have noted them, but I believe that the process is basically complete at this stage, and they'll be looking to get that signage in next month.
So would there be, thank you, Robin, could it still not be possible for us, if there was agreement, and there may well not be, as a council to make one last plea or approach to NZTA and suggest that they have another look at that?
Sorry.
No, you go.
It's the trouble on Zoom. It's a bit hard to anticipate when people... Sorry, I interrupted. I'll let you carry on, Councillor.
And I was just going to say, to have another look at that, with the possibility of, wire rope instead, simply because to me, a bypass is a bypass, and you create a bypass to take traffic off local roads. And if you suddenly reduce the speed limit to the same as the local roads, then you're reducing the incentive to use the bypass. So I guess I'm saying if there is time to ask Chair Angela and staff to put together a letter, I would contemplate making that a recommendation, just adding to the recommendations if there was any support for it. So I guess that was a question.
Look, I think there's always that ability to go back to them. They have indicated that they're happy to have discussions, but are not at this stage anticipating that they will change the decision. Okay. But if you don't ask, I guess you don't get. So that will be a decision for elected members.
Yep. Thank you, Robin. And thank you, Chair Angela. I'll probably raise that in debate and see if there's any support. Thank you.
Right. And that, of course, Deputy Mayor, was our position in our submission for the reasons that you've stated. I mean, so we would just be, as a council, we would just be yet again supporting our position and questioning their decision.
Yeah. Thank you very much.
Be supportive on that. Councillor Pascoe.
Yeah, thanks.
Oh, sorry, Deputy Mayor, was that all you had?
Yeah.
On the report? Yep. Okay, cool. Thank you. Councillor Pascoe.
Yeah, thanks, Chair. I've got two questions, given that there's a long list of people behind me. First one is my biking micro-mobility. I note that HCC have employed some or contracted some transport specialists who will start to prioritise cycle routes ahead of others. Will this be in what form will this end up being reported back to us, and when, and will we get some oversight in terms of the methodology that they've used in order to pick one cycle route over another?
Through the chair, I could ask that question. Yeah, so requirement from Waka Kotahi to progress the biking and micromobility business cases to do the cycle model. So yes, we've engaged a specialist consultant from Auckland that has done cycle modelling for other councils around the country. We will report the findings back. What it will do is give us an idea where our investment will be best placed to get the best outcomes for the city and the best outcomes from that investment. So basically what we expect from the modelling is where we're going to get the best uptake cycling across the city.
And will the specialist report back giving reasons why a particular route is preferred over another one, you know, whether it be financial or
no.
Okay.
No, it won't be financial. It's purely based on it's a computer sort of model that just spits out the information. It doesn't take into account, you know, other factors, should we say. So it looks at potential growth in certain parts of the city for cycling. It looks at land use in the future. So it takes into that type of consideration into the model.
And does it take into account convenience and topography and all of those sorts of things?
I'm not sure about topography. It certainly looks at the existing cycle infrastructure that we have as well. So there are other things that are plugged in, yeah.
Okay, all right. Well, I'll look forward to seeing that when it comes through. And I guess this segues into my second question, which is about the university link. And given that we haven't got we got the funding for the business case model, is there an opportunity now, and I may have asked this question before, but I'm going to ask it again, is there an opportunity now to investigate or negotiate with NZTA on alternative routes, given the high cost of the superhighway that was reported to council in June 2021? And I ask this question because now seeing the example of Wellington, where they can build cycle routes for an average of about a sixth of the cost that was the cost given, the estimated cost given for the university link.
I think through the chair, I think in answer to that question, we did talk about transitional cycle facilities this morning in my report about mode choice. That's certainly something we'll be looking at through the delivery of Eastern Pathways as a whole. But transitional facilities or low-cost facilities, as I said this morning, have their place, but they're not suitable necessarily for every location. So we need to do an assessment to determine where those transitional facilities would best suit certain routes. So I can tell you today that we will certainly be looking at obviously trying to keep costs to the minimum, and if we can roll stuff out quicker, that certainly gets an interest in cycling on either University Link or School Link, we will certainly be doing that.
So are you suggesting, Martin, that the Wellington plan is more transitional than permanent infrastructure to be able to roll it out at an average of about $2 million a kilometre?
Yes. So the Wellington plan is a mixture of high quality, expensive stuff, but they've also got a lot of transitional stuff in their plan as well. That's why they're confident about rolling out so many kilometres very quickly for us, lesser
it's
cost.
Not apples with apples, is it? We're
not at all. But the other thing to bear in mind is that Wellington will, over a period of time, go back and have a look at those routes again and put in more money to make them the high quality facilities that are required to attract even more users. So
okay, all right. Thanks, Martin. Thanks, Chair.
Thanks, Councillor. Councillor Thompson.
Thanks, Chair. My first question is around the maintenance and renewal contract, and in terms of doing resurfacing or renewals of road pavements, what have we got in place to ensure that we're taking the opportunity when we are resealing to actually put things back potentially differently or better?
So basically that's our normal day-to-day business. The particular item is about the new contract that we're looking to put in place in 2 years' time. What I can say is that the process we use is that as part of the development of the reseal program, we sit down and have a look at the proposed routes that are being put in place and look for opportunities to combine with our low cost, low risk type program. So we, often either bring a low cost, low risk program forward or back to work in with those where there's synergies. And we also look at the opportunities for putting the road marking back in a different way. So that, it might be as little as 100 or 200 mils can make a big difference to actually accommodating a cycle lane, for example. So that's a standard process that we go through each year.
Is there any value in formalising that in terms of kind of having a policy, which I think is going to be expected of us in the future anyway, but that we say, when we do reseal, that we ensure that we explore whether, putting in, narrowing the street slightly to road slightly to put in cycle lanes and things is, I guess to formalise that, so we actually have it as a policy that we make sure we explore all options before resurfacing.
I could probably add quickly to that. So Robin's right. We've got this sort of, I suppose, informal way of working at the moment in that area, and we do look at the reseal program and look at the opportunities to reallocate road space. But through the writing of the new maintenance contract, we are looking to formalise that process as well. So there'll be something in. I don't think we need a policy on it. I just think we need a process sitting there that where it requires the new contractor to ensure that they're looking at these opportunities with the appropriate HCC staff.
Okay, so putting that contract will basically formalise that without...
That's correct, yeah.
And we've got a formalised process now, so it's just capturing all of those processes and all those learnings and making sure that a lot of the things that we've developed and have become sort of BAU are actually not lost in the new contract is what we're making sure of at the moment.
Okay, thank you. The other question was around mobility parking and the survey that's been done. I was just interested in when the results for that would come back to us. Particularly, I'm particularly interested in what comes back. And then the second part of that question is, if, for example, we find there's a need for additional mobility parks or changes to make them more accessible, as I've raised, people find some of them really hard to use. What funding bucket would that actually come from?
Okay, so last I heard, we hadn't had a big response, so we were trying to encourage more, and thank you for the responses that you had sent through. So I will check and see, hopefully we can actually get something through to the December meeting, but we'll just see how we're getting on with that. And it's a tricky issue at the moment because for a lot of people, they probably haven't been out and about actually. So it's only been in the last sort of week that people are actually getting out and about and actually thinking about, you know, where they park or, you know, gee, wouldn't it be nice if sort of thing. So hopefully the increased freedoms that we're experiencing at the moment will help with that. As far as implementation, we do in the low cost, low risk walking and cycling program have $50,000 per annum set aside for accessibility type work. So last year we did the work in around the Insole Ave area. This year we've got some work planned as covered off in the report. Let me scroll through in a hurry. That's covered off in the committee report also. But there's nothing stopping us using that for doing work in the CBD and to make accessibility easier. I think a lot of the accessibility is actually looking at the type of car park, so that, you know, those ones that are parallel where you're getting in and out of your car in live traffic is hard for anyone. But certainly harder for anyone that can't sort of find a small gap in the traffic and jump in a hurry. So that's where actually the angle parking provides some better opportunities. But then we need to make sure the crosswalk on the road and all of that works nicely as well. So that's where the funding would come from though.
Okay, thank you, Robin.
Thank you, Councillor Bunting.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just following on from Councillor Rob's questions, point 66 on page 90, Waka Kotahi, with regards to our biking and micromobility case, looking for more granular detail now. Now, I remember when we were originally talking about it, oh God, what was it, June? And you were mentioning that the actual routes and routes aren't that important, but they seem to be becoming more important now. Is that right, Martin?
Yes, through the chair, they do seem to require a bit more detail around where we're likely to invest and where they're likely to invest as well.
Yeah.
It's not a surprise, to be honest with you. As you get into these review sessions with Waka Kotahi, they bring different people in from the organisation that have a whole raft of different requirements and questions. So, yeah, that's where we are at the moment. We're donkey deep in the review items with them.
Will there be an opportunity for us to get involved at some point before it's brought to us? Because, you know, I know there's different views around the table about going down roads and going off roads, for example. So will there be an opportunity for us to have a say, get involved in there? Yes,
is the answer to that. I mean, the time frame for this going to the Waka Kotahi board is probably, I'm told it's around sort of late February, early March time.
Okay.
So there will be an opportunity for us to have a session with you, whether that's through a workshop or through a formal meeting. I think I'll leave it up to Evelisa and you guys to decide. Yeah. But yes, definitely would like to have a say. You guys have a say.
That would be cool. These transportation specialists that have been engaged, are they like roading engineers that are likely to put cycleways down roads, or are they more creative and going from park to park, do you think?
They're actually specialist modelers for transportation networks. They got heavily involved in the cycle model in my old patch in Tauranga. They did the cycle model for that. So they've used the basis of that model to develop up the Hamilton model as well. I think they also did Dunedin and a couple of other councils. So they are known specialists in this area. They're not roading engineers.
Right.
They are modelling specialists. Yeah.
Dunedin doesn't fill me with joy, but okay. Tauranga, sure. Okay. Yeah, all right. Okay. And my last question is around the Parks Connection plan that we agreed in the LTP we would, merge into this, as it were. Is that bearing any weight, or is that just kind of sitting to the side? The principles of connecting park to park.
No, it's definitely in the biking network plan. So it sits there quite strongly in that plan, and that will form part of the overall network. There's no doubt about it. Yeah.
Okay. Look, I'll look forward to the meeting. Thank you. Appreciate the good work. Thanks, Chair.
Councillor McPherson.
Thanks, Chair Ange. Look, my question is in the same area that Jeff's question was before, and I might say I've got a bit of sympathy with his position as well on that, because it just seems to me like Waka Kotahi can do what they want regarding speed limits, but no one else can, so I find their approach problematic. But mine is in the area of the 110k speed limit, so that's starting in para 43. And like last time with Cambridge, where they took no notice of what several people said, I have a problem with how easy it is for them to increase the speed limit to 110, whereas when this whole region, through the Regional Transport Committee, has formally approached them to have lower speeds on some of the unsafe or less safe rural roads in the region, down to either 80 or 90 kph as a standard speed. So my question is sort of, I'm not sure who can answer that best, is when we're all gung-ho putting a submission in to support it going up to 110 because we think that's the appropriate speed for the big flash highway, where are we drawing attention to the fact that they have not supported the stance of the region, which included our council voting in the same way, for a lower speed where that's appropriate? And that's in many of the roads around Hamilton, immediately around Hamilton City. I'm looking at one at the moment, parts of River Road, are at 100 k's, absolutely inappropriate speed. And it's not just that, there's other roads right on our boundaries that have 100k speed limits. And it's been very hard for the region and for district councils to get any changes there. So I'm asking our staff for their take on that and seeing whether our submission should not just be saying it's a great idea to go faster between Hampton Downs and Cambridge, but you need to be consistent about your approach. If it's safe on some road, we've even had a former regional director of NZTA bring us photographs showing how unsafe the speed limit is on some of these country roads in years gone by in this council. So yet nothing's changed in those areas, but it's quite easy to get a speed limit increase, it seems. So I'm looking for a comment from our technicians in that area who've been putting together this draft submission.
So I guess that I'm happy to pull together a bit of a submission working with Councillor Angela, which basically supports the approach for safe and appropriate speeds, which reflects the infrastructure that's in place to ensure that the risk of death and serious injuries is minimised. And that then gives us the ability to raise the issue around other roads where the infrastructure is not appropriate for the speeds that they have in place in order to minimise deaths and serious injuries. I do know that Waka Kotahi have a number of reviews of on state highways around, so, you know, the 39 type route and those sorts of things underway. So that I know that they are working through that, and I'm happy to find some more information for elected members, or perhaps we can see Waka Kotahi giving us an update at the next infrastructure ops meeting on other state highway reviews. For local road networks, it is up to the local authorities to progress those speed limit changes, and there is nothing stopping them, in the same way that Hamilton City has progressed a lot of speed limit changes and lowering of speed limits, particularly on those rural roads. So I guess it depends on the actual examples, but certainly from a state highway perspective, Waka Kotahi, then I think I can weave something in for you as part of that submission.
Yeah, I note, Robin, that what the Regional Transport Committee asked for, one of the handful of things they've done that I would strongly agree with in recent years, is to ask for the default speed limit on country roads to be put down by Waka Kotahi, not by the individual councils, and then they could argue if a road was safe for 100 for it to go up, or even lower still, etc., rather than the default being 100. And that does seem to me to be a Waka Kotahi responsibility to set default speed limits.
No, unfortunately, it's the Ministry of Transport actually who manage and dictate that. So have been on several working groups that the Ministry of Transport pulled together, and that was something that we tried very hard to progress through the Ministry of Transport, but they weren't prepared to take that up to the Minister at the time. So the Ministry of Transport engage Waka Kotahi to do a lot of the consultation and drafting, etc., of rules, such as the speed limit rule. But at the end of the day, the Ministry of Transport are the ones that are dictating the details, such as whether they're prepared to look at a lower default or not.
Okay, so what's Waka Kotahi doing? This is a rhetorical question, because I know the answer, to advocate for that approach. You don't have to answer that, because I know it's big fat zero. Thank you. But look, just talking about couple of state highways in the area, Robin, and you mentioned one of them. If you look at the speed limit of 100k on State Highway 39, for instance, on the northern approaches to Whatawhata, where there are a couple of right-angle blind bends that have 100k speed limit on, just north of Gordonton on 1B, where someone ran off the road into a tree and killed themselves only about 3-4 years ago. Areas like that, which are Waka Kotahi responsibilities directly, and the speed limit's still 100 k's on ones where it's patently unsafe to be going that fast. I'm disturbed by, yet again, by their approach and how easy and quickly they move to 110 k's, but won't go the other direction where that's appropriate. So that's a commentary of mine, I guess.
Thank you. I'm happy to work with Councillor Angela to weave that into a submission.
And is that possible from your point of view to do something on those lines?
Yeah, I mean, we've got to be consistent, right? And we've got to hold them to account to be consistent as well. So I agree with you there.
Thanks.
Robin, sorry, when's the deadline for that submission?
End of the month. So we do have a little bit of time for that.
And whatever the draft is, we'll flick around to elected members, and great. Cool. Usual
normal process.
Cool. Okay. Thank you, Councillor McPherson. Councillor Van Osten.
Thank you. Look, I do support that comment from Councillor Dave there. If the Waka Kotahi want to use safety as the angle, then we should be able to question that as well. But while we're talking about speed, I noticed that the signs at Hamilton West School have gone up. Great. And while I know it's only limited number of kids and families using the school at the moment, I wonder if we've had any early feedback or observations to report on that yet, Robin?
No, nothing at this stage.
And with the wholesale return, I guess, of kids and being imminent, is there any kind of program to promote that or make people aware of the change?
Yes, well, we're certainly keen on doing that, and I guess we're just keen on raising awareness in general about kids returning to school on all of our roads, and people have got very used to perhaps not thinking about them being out and about. So it's going to be a general issue across the city that we're going to try and just get people to think about it and try and slow down a little.
And Hamilton West use a lot of little boards that go out at beginning and the end of school to highlight to drivers about where to park and being safe around kids. Are there other schools that use that kind of technique?
Yes, so that's an initiative that CAM has developed with a number of schools. We supplied those boards, sandwich boards, I think they call them, and there was examples shown in Martin's report earlier of that use. So yes, we do have them in quite a number of schools around the place. Yep.
Brilliant. So that can be part of that campaign when the kids return. Hopefully before the end of the year. I think the parents are dying for that to happen. Kia ora. Thank you, Chair. Is it nearly lunchtime?
Yes, it is. I know we're getting some hangry councillors. Just a quick question. I'm sorry, I should have put a comment in the chat so that I don't blindside the manager of parking. I'm just really interested in the license plate recognition vehicles, and it's so cool to see some photos there. Bummer that we've been completely delayed with being able to, I think, even get one of the vehicles. It mentioned something about the IT stuff is from Auckland, but in the testing phase, and I note that the picture on page 90 is an illegally parked vehicle down Dinsdale Shopping Centre, which we know we got lots of complaints from. And I also note, there is a question coming, I also note that it says, interestingly enough, which is not like a Tesla car, that the driver will not need to touch the pad while driving, which blew my mind, that a Tesla is just an iPad that you have to touch. Talk about driver distraction. It's just crazy. But it mentions one of 2 cars for the initial testing phase. So how many cars are we planning, and how many have we budgeted for? Is John here? Has he gone for lunch? He's on the list, but that's why I should have.
Yep. So no, I think John was, and I can say that there are 2 cars, and yes, they are budgeted.
Okay, but it says
we've only got 1 kitted up at the moment because of COVID, because we have to cross the border up into Auckland, and we're not able to.
No. Okay. All right. Look, I can take it. It's not important questions. I can take it offline. It's just really interesting. All right. So that looks like that's all of our questions. Great report. Thank you, Eva-Lisa. Now we are recommendations on page 82 with the 2 extra recommendations there around the Onion Road and the submission on for 110. So I will move I'll move the recommendation, seconded by the Deputy Mayor.
Hang on, I think Jeff wants to say something. He's waving like a man.
Oh, sorry.
Which is quite amusing. But...
I'm happy to second.
Oh shit.
Oh no, sorry. Of course, Jeff, you want to add something?
Yeah, sorry, my iPad fell over again. I was just going to ask whether or not there may be any support for a D, which I've emailed through to Amy and Angela, Chair Angela.
Yeah.
Council requests staff in conjunction with Councillor O'Leary approach NZTA, urging it to reconsider its decision to lower the speed on the Avalon Drive bypass.
Yeah.
Yeah. If there's no support, that's all fine.
Yeah. No, I'm as mover, I'm happy to incorporate that.
Can I just suggest we change the NZTA wording to the official title now of, I think it's Waka Kotahi New Zealand Transport Agency, if it's not already. Sorry, I can't see the.
Absolutely. Madam Chair, I'm not dying in the ditch, but if you're going to keep it at 80, then you want the medium wire barriers. So all I'm saying is I'm relaxed personally. I'm cool with 60, but I won't oppose. I won't oppose a collective addition subject to the wire ropes being in there.
So the position that we will push back against the decision with the points we made in our original submission, which was that there are other ways to make that road safe, which is the wire barrier. So Narelle's going to pop that up there.
Thank you.
Request staff in conjunction with, Okay, so is everyone happy, understands that? I think we had that good discussion through questions on it, so we should all be familiar. All right, so with that, is there any debate? All right, no, we've had pretty good chat. Oh, Deputy Mayor, you want to debate?
Yeah, sorry, unless everybody wants to go to lunch, but I'll make it real quick if you like. I just wanted to highlight a couple of things. This point D is really just, as you say, Chair, reiterating our support from our original submission. And the point really, I think, is that it is a bypass. It's built as a bypass, and the point of a bypass is to take traffic off residential roads. And I think removing that 80k limit invites drivers to revert to using Avalon Drive. And I totally understand Waka Kotahi's view that it would need more infrastructure, such as wire ropes, in order for that to happen. But my position would be that put them in then. I agree with Martin totally. Because aren't we trying to take traffic off residential roads as much as possible? Already for me, it's a bit of a toss-up between using the bypass and Avalon Drive. If the speed limit goes down, I'll probably use Avalon Drive more. Just want to go on to the other things. I agree with the Onion Road realignment, looking at bringing that forward to the annual plan. It is a major inconvenience there at the moment, and there are also business opportunities in that area that need this work done, and there could be advantages for this council as well in getting the work done sooner rather than later. So, it's going to cost, but let's bring it to the table and consider it. I agree with Dave about the speed issues on rural roads. I think a huge percentage of peri-urban and rural roads are set at too high speed limits. I think I've heard that figure between 80 and 90% or something. So I agree with him on that, but I do support the 110k for the full extent of the expressway. I think we know that the road has been built to those specifications. My phone keeps going. And if we can do this, we'll have a 78k continuous length between Hampton Downs and the Cambridge 14k's worth of section. A few years ago, when we talked about that Cambridge section, I actually opposed it because I thought it should I thought it should be set at 100. I think I got that wrong. And I'm glad to be wrong. There don't seem to have been too many issues with that, and it's been enforced well by the police. So I think as long as the road is built to sufficient capacity, then it should be at 110. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. Councillor Bunting.
Yes, I'll be brief too, because lunch is on the way, and that's the brave person that gets in between me and lunch. Just regards the Avalon Drive thing, fully in support of Jeff's initiative in that one, because I do remember it was a couple of days before the Traffins conference, or last Traffins conference I was at out of town, where there was that tragedy down Avalon Drive where a car had in fact come across the lane at night, and no amount of speed limits would have changed that. So I think the wire rope is the master stroke in there. So yeah, let's take it back to them and insist. I also agree with Dave around the peri-urban roads. And that's an issue that we're just going to have to keep banging on about. But I do agree that the road has been engineered by bypass has been, big pardon, the freeway has been engineered for higher speeds. So, and there hasn't been a major tragedy on that road between Cambridge and Hamilton. So, quite excited about that being 110. I will also just looking forward to the meetings with the team regards the more granular detail of the biking and micromobility plan. And I will give you a forewarning that I'm going to bang on and bang on and bang on about going across the green, not the grey. I don't think Dunedin is necessarily a great example, apart from around the harbour, of cycleways, where they've gone down one-way streets. They've raised the ire of the local residents. The secret here is go across the green from park to park, through the gullies, stay off the road as much as you possibly can. And sorry if you've heard that before, but you're going to hear it again from me, and I appreciate the opportunity to do so. So thank you for what you're doing there. Appreciate it. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you. Councillor McPherson.
Yeah, thanks. I agree with everything everyone said, and as to Bunty's point just before about going across the green, I think we need to make sure that we include schools in that and work with the Ministry of Education, and not try and have a dispute with each school about crossing their back edge in order to get cyclists a safe route through. But that's a story probably for another day. I did want to address, and I'm glad Jeff's raised the point, because while I'm a bit like Martin, relaxed whether it's either 60 or 80, if it stays at the higher one, it definitely needs the wire rope or some other median divider, preferably the wire rope. Unless you're on a motorbike like Jeff and I, where it can be like a cheese cutter. Yeah. Or Bunty. Watch out, Bunty. Don't come over the west on that road. But look, more commentary on dealing with NZTA, Waka Kotahi, on speed limit changes and road changes. We have, through all of the city, quite a lot of length of state highway, and it's been really hard to get decisions that suit local needs implemented there. I can recall over 10 years to get even a cycle-friendly bit along Lincoln Road, Greenwood Road, etc. route, which is still not properly and safely there, unlike our roads and pieces on either side of it. We tried to get the intersection upgrade at the big roundabout at the end of Avalon Drive bypass, the one at Norton Road there, and they turned us down for funding for that. It's their intersection, they put it in place. It gums up the traffic, not just on Avalon Drive bypass, but on Avalon Drive itself, Jeff. Every morning when people are trying to go into work, they divert onto that and gum both of them up because there is an inefficient intersection there. If you're on a cycle, it'd be even worse because it's not just inefficient, but it's unsafe at that intersection also. So they make their own designs and follow their own rules and take no notice, unfortunately, of what local residents need or of safety issues. And to be honest, I think the mayor of Matamata Piako had the right approach to NZTA. He got sick of waiting for a slower speed limit in I think it was Manawaru out in the east, and he went and put his own one up, and they eventually came across with the goods there. While I don't support all of Ash Tanner's views, I think that was entirely appropriate what he did. And I do recall one or two councillors here that held up some big signs at a certain intersection and got some faster action by doing that 3 years ago. I can see one of them with a red t-shirt on, grinning away like a hyena there. Oh no, he stopped grinning now. Look, seriously, the point is that NZTA, thanks for that notice, friendly notice. The point is that NZTA needs to actually start acting like they're part of our community, not sort of a one-size-fits-all national outfit that has no relationship to the local area.
Thanks, Councillor McPherson. Just a couple of comments from me. It is frustrating the Avalon Drive outcome, and I support the Deputy Mayor including that in the motion because, and I suppose I would question, why did they build a road for 80k when it wasn't safe, and now they want to lower it. But I guess that bypass, gosh, has been in there probably a decade now, and maybe with Vision Zero and now focus more on safety. Or maybe it was just, as Councillor Bunting mentioned in his debate, it was late at night and it was just one of those terrible things that happened. But anyway, it's good that we're pushing back. Just because we get a decision doesn't from a government department that we disagree with, we don't have to go quietly into the night on it. So it's worth a shot of stating it if nothing else happens, but we restate our position on that. So fully support all the comments that have been made. All right, so that's been moved and seconded. We're on page 82 with the staff, with the recommendation plus the addition of D. If everyone's comfortable with that, we will vote. All those in favour, please raise your hands. And there are none against, so that's carried unanimously. All right, so we're stopping now for lunch for 45 minutes. So we're back at 2 p.m. Thanks, everyone.
Thanks, Jeff.
Hi, Robin. Hi, Rob.
Hi, Angela. Thanks for letting me have a break. I was getting a bit hungry there. Mark
Such a
was
beautiful
too.
day too.
Mark was hungry too.
I know, walk around to the shop and it's got quite the sweat on, eh? It's
hot, eh?
beautiful.
Summer's arrived.
Isn't it wonderful?
Yeah.
Mm.
Don't worry, we'll be complaining it's too hot very soon.
Yeah, we will.
Absolutely.
We will indeed. We're never happy,
I'm from
either with
Dunedin,
our
I never
hair
complain
or
that
the
it's too
weather.
hot.
It's too nice to be inside today. So hurry up and finish the meeting, Angela.
Yep. Well, yep.
So I can get
Stop
back
asking
to the
questions.
garden.
Stop asking questions. Yep.
We were doomed right from the beginning. The minute Taylor said, "Oh, this will be quick," it was all over.
Oh no, we're nearly there. Gosh, crazy what's happening down in Wellington today. For goodness sake.
I haven't seen it. I saw a couple of things pop up on my Facebook. So tell me what's going on.
Protests and throwing, threatening death threats and throwing tennis balls at the building with threats on them. And God, violence is never the answer.
It isn't. It isn't.
No, they all need a kick in the head.
Oops.
Oh, yeah, someone threw a tennis ball. Good Lord.
Is this an anti-vax rally and so forth? Is it
Anti-establishment and anti-vax and anti-everything, I think.
Those guys are all in level 2. So
yes, I suppose they can.
What freedoms they're missing out on.
Yeah, exactly.
Surprised to see it reported in the mainstream media, actually.
True. All right. Do we have a quorum?
In spirit, yes.
In spirit, we do. Yeah. Amy Maxine just notified me she's an apology for the rest of the meeting. She fell down and hurt her foot, so she's going to get that looked at. Not during the lunch break. I think she did it yesterday, so it's getting very sore. So she's got to sort it out. Apparently, her daughter said she's getting to that age, whatever that means.
Yes, we are live on YouTube. Yep.
All right. So
that Angela, sorry, I missed that.
Maxine won't be back. She fell down and hurt her foot yesterday, so her daughter told her she was aging.
She's off to get vaccinated.
All right. So I think yes, we've got a quorum. So we're on to the last of our public reports here. So page 99 is the external committees update. So we usually just go round to the members who sit on these. I don't really have a lot to say. Regional Transport Committee. Let me just look at page 100. There's an update there. It was noted at the Regional Council meeting, I think it was last week, wasn't it? Yep. That the regular report from KiwiRail wasn't able to happen because no one from KiwiRail turned up, and the members expressed their disappointment in that. So the chair of the committee and of Regional Council are going to write to KiwiRail to request that they send somebody, and I think that's absolutely fair enough.
And Angela, on that, sorry if I can just jump in on that. They've already been asked in writing to provide someone before the previous meeting and didn't. And it's particularly important in the Waikato that they actually form part of the transport discussions. There are more railway lines in the Waikato than any other region in the whole country.
Yep, absolutely.
And is it a Zoom format, Angela? It's not in person, is it? So it's just turning up on a Zoom meeting.
Yes, it was. Yeah,
it's pretty lame.
It is pretty lame. And the only other thing from the recent meeting was I've been appointed as the HCC person they've just put a working group together to come up with a bit of a a bit of an action plan, I guess, and a way to measure transport emission for the Waikato region. So that's a short-term working group. I did let Becca know, just in case that the council had to also confirm that appointment, but it is just a working group, so hopefully that should be fine. And one last thing just on that, the public transport business improvement review that the regional council's been working on. The report has got a whole lot of recommendations, and that's working its way through WRC structure, but also staff at WRC. I've been talking to them, and they're going to set up a session just for HCC members to have a good discussion. There's some interesting findings on public transport there, so they'll be working, I guess, with our general manager and to find a time in the diary, which is always incredibly challenging. And I think that's all from me on really the report. Is a lot of the highlights there from the Regional Transport Committee. It was the last one for the year as well. So Regional Connections Committee, myself, Dave, Sarah and Ewan sit on that, and Martin is usually in attend. Oh, Martin, did you have something on the?
Oh, look, I just want to pick up about the Kiwi Rail, and one wonders how often they would refuse to turn up to a select committee of the Parliament or attend a cabinet committee. I think they are a critical partner, and as Bunty and others have made the point, that they could even have a junior official who lives in Bluff who come on. So really, this is a situation of not good enough, and no doubt if this is not resolved, then this will be elevated at ministerial level. Quite frankly, this is to a degree that there's a degree of a breach of the relationship here, given it's multiple times.
Yeah. And obviously, Councillor Wilson is our representative on the Rail Governance Group, so he can certainly voice our displeasure as well. All right, so Regional Connections Committee. I don't have any update other than on the report. The other councillors on that committee briefly want to update on anything?
I think, Ange, if I could.
Yep.
Let's touch on something. I'm just sort of trying to look at the actual report there. Sorry. The issue of the governor, what do you call it?
The transport emissions. That? No.
The group, the new governance structure that you mentioned before from the Regional Transport Committee, but it's for PT. What do you call it?
Oh, the business improvement review.
Yeah.
Oh, right.
I'm not into these newfangled names.
Yeah.
That's why I needed your advice. One of the aspects there is something that we raised at your committee last time here, is the need to synchronise / coordinate / work more closely together and align our LTPs and work programs, so that when we put in a new key bus service, for instance, the infrastructure goes in time to meet the needs of that sort of thing. And there's quite a lot of support around the table, not just from us, but from, for instance, Waikato District have been quite good on these subjects recently, to make sure that we act like one crowd rather than a collection of 3 or 4. The only issue that was identified by the regional council is it may take longer for Kotahi to come on board than for the 4 or 5 local councils in the Waikato that have PT in the area. Most of those that, by the way, that have PT have bus services that connect with Hamilton. So we need to sort of make sure that we're all in that same tent, but we need our 50% plus funding partner to actually realise that they need to be in the tent too, which doesn't seem to be quite happening yet, but it will maybe mean that in future, and we raised this at the last Connections Committee, that when they're working up the plans for the next LTP, they're working them up for all of our LTPs as far as the PT components go, not just them doing theirs and us doing ours, and then having the problem we identified a year ago, they didn't quite match, or fall in the right years and things like that. So that's an issue that maybe we'll be coming back to our council for more formal agreement on some proposals at some stage. It's not just there, but it's our business improvement for as far as our PT elements go.
Yeah, committee members, Dave's touching on page 101, 13, Roman numeral 2, or sort of 1 and 2, I suppose, but mainly 2. But it is something that Dave has been raising for a really, 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 really long time. So, yeah, it would be good to, and maybe that's something that we need to discuss in Access Hamilton as well, because I suppose broadening that out could end up being, Dave, like you've always talked about, you know, what is it, an ATED or a Wellington moving, or strategically, and you know, for funding and lobbying and all of that would be better to have everybody on the same page. Yeah, so I suppose the Connections Committee is the start of that conversation, but we don't just want it to just be a conversation like it's been for so many years. So
I think maybe reporting also that they've got a new permanent director for Arctura, who was acting before, but we're sort of known to most of us probably. He's I think he's going to be quite good and take the bull by the horns, and certainly taken time to work out where other councils are coming from, not just their own.
Yeah, and he's the one that's going to organise a session just for HCC members on their findings for their PT review as well. Councillor Wilson or Thompson, is there anything you wanted to add from the last Connections Committee before we move on to rail?
Not from me.
Okay, yep, and Sarah's shaking her head. Okay, so Councillor Ewan, did you want to provide a verbal update on what you can, because I know we're going into PX as well for the Te Huia Governance Group?
What I can do is say that there's been some pleasing developments in the area of ad hoc charters that Te Huia will be participating in next year, including working with the organisers of the Balloon Festival and the Night Glow, and also with field days next year. So these are current examples of where we see Te Huia being able to show some considerable flexibility and be used as a targeting mechanism to encourage people to come travel to Hamilton in a more environmentally friendly and relaxed environment and enjoy the benefits of the city. All the other Te Huia stuff I'll update in PX if I may.
Yep, that sounds great. Chris Allen, are you on? Is there anything? I'm sure it's all been covered by Councillor Wilson, but given this is your bag as well. Okay, cool. All right. Dave?
Sorry?
Yeah, he said the rest he'll cover in PX.
Okay.
Yeah. Okay. All right. So if that's all on this regular report, we'll move to the Councillor Bunting?
No. I just want to make a quick comment about very, very quick.
Oh, okay. So we'll move to page 99 is that we received the report. So I'll move, seconded by Councillor Bunting. And Councillor Bunting wants to make a comment.
Yeah, I just want to say thank you to all you people who are putting in this time on those external committees. It's, they're not documented as attendance and that sort of stuff. And we only get sort of picked off for not turning up to these meetings, and there's a great deal of work that goes in. In particular, I think I want to thank Councillor Wilson for the great work he's done on the train. I think you couldn't ask for someone in there better and stronger to lobby for us. So I think you've done a bloody great job, Ewan, and keep it up, mate. So I just wanted that on record.
Oh, thank you. It's very kind.
And there's a train emoji on my screen. There we go.
Thank you.
All right, let's vote on that. So raise your hands, all those in favour. There are none against. It's carried unanimously. All right, that brings us to the end of the public report. So I will move that we resolve to exclude the public. seconded by Deputy Mayor Taylor. All those in favour, raise your hands. And there are none against. It's